Hello there, this is the start of your sporting week. Of course, it's a MODUS Super Series getting ready to get underway in what is the third week of the 7th series of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But we saw some fantastic stuff last week, Saturday night in particular. Matthew Edgar was here watching the action. And what did you make of, well, not just last week, but this series so far?
Oh, it's been brilliant. It's been absolutely brilliant. I've been sort of privileged to get a front row seat for the last two Saturdays. Two fantastic stories with Conor Heenahan and Reece Robinson. Two completely different sort of characters. Reece Robinson told us he was going to go win it. He actually did. Conor Heenahan wanted to. He believed it was his destiny. He fulfilled it now and he gets another crack at Champions Week.
Yeah, let's chat a little bit more about him because, I mean, you did kind of draw the comparison with a certain Luke Littler and Conor Heenahan on Saturday because of the way that the crowd interacted with him as well.
Yeah, he just enjoyed that and embraced that, and it's really great to see as well because I think one of the things we've maybe been a bit guilty of, certainly the players on a Saturday night, is maybe not embracing the crowd factor in there as well and making them feel a part of the show like Conor Heenahan did from the start of the night. And one of the things I really enjoyed about Conor Heenahan was he was up for it, he was celebrating, but he was still very respectful as well. There was no sort of animosity between the players. They just gave it 100%. Every single one of them. We had a fantastic Saturday night, and I dare say one of the best I've certainly been involved in.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just mentioned those two names as well. I mean, it's already gearing up to be an incredible Champions Week, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it? This is what we want to see. This could be the best Champions Week we've ever got so far. I don't want to say sometimes people sort of go in and you wouldn't expect, but sometimes people can slip through the radar in a week. Someone can have a good week, so a week can underperform. But so far we've got two what I would say are real big hitters here at the Super Series in that finals.
Yeah, and this week is all about determining who joins those two at Champions Week.
And he's done it. Conor Heenahan has picked up his first weekly title.
Is 144 gone? Oh, Matt Delacorn breathed at that shot.
Game Sean the fourth
his
leg.
best finish
Michael
of the week.
Huntley.
Going into this match after 3 days, his biggest finish of the week was 88.
He would he?
Game
Of
Sean
course
the
he
third
would.
leg.
What a
Bradley
lovely,
Roose.
lovely shot out there.
Game Sean the
4-1-4
second
for
leg.
David Cameron to level up at one apiece.
Oh my, McEwan's going to join in.
Game Sean the second leg. Jim McEwan.
Yeah, some familiar names there, including Jim McEwan, of course, a former grand champion here at the Super Series, won the series before the last one. Let's have a deeper dig into the names in action this week. Then just one debutant, the ADC Europe qualifier, Ivo Leeksma. Bradley Roose, the former finalist as well in this group. We'll dig more into this group, of course, this morning, but also later in the week, some interesting names. Andy Hamilton, who won through to the Champion of Champions in the World Seniors, of course. He seems to be playing better stuff. Tommy Morris, who's been excellent every time he's been here, but a name that really stands out, Jeff Smith, set to appear at the Super Series.
There's two names there that stand out for me. One of them is Jeff Smith. I remember the back end of last year, we was like, right, who's going to come to the Super Series potentially next year? For me, I said Jeff Smith, and Jeff Smith as a player who could dominate in this field. I really think I'm going to see a lot from him, not just this week, but throughout 2024. He could really be a face of this. And Jensen Walker, a young man, 17 years old, from the Coventry area, playing some really good stuff. He's been playing good stuff for a while now, but he's now starting to transfer that as well into sort of the mainstream dart, shall we say. Good win at the UK Open. Really excited to see how he gets on here.
Yeah, let's have a look at how the bookies are seeing this week. They've priced it up like this, and they've gone for Jim McEwan, the Series 5 champion. Just a slight favourite over Jeff Smith, and then his fellow Canadian David Cameron, who is in Group A. Walker a little further down the list, but I mean, even the outsiders might be making up some good value there. Mike Huntley at 33 to 1, Alan Norris 28 to 1.
There's some great value, isn't there, out there? Say Andy Hamilton's just had a good weekend, hasn't he, qualifying for Blackpool. Jensen Walker at 12s. John Michael, PDC Tour card holder. The Greek Phil Taylor, shall we call him, 14 to 1. There's value everywhere, so I don't think you need to be taking that 3 to 1, which is very short on a very tired Jim McEwan.
Have you got a player that you're looking at thinking, if they were to join Heenahan and Robinson at Champions Week, then this is looking like an all-star cast?
Name-wise, it's got to be Jim McEwan on the face of that. He's won a series here, but I'm not sure with Jim McEwan this week, and we'll pick up this a little bit more as we go through the day, but he could find himself a little bit out of touch, certainly in Group A.
Right, bet builder time. Now then, let's have a look at what the punters have been going for. This puts together 3 of the most popular bets on the exchanges, and they are going with McEwan on the handicap, minus 1.5 over Mike Huntley. Leeksma against Roose in that double Dutch class to win that one, 5-6 for the ADC Europe qualifier, and then David Cameron and Jim McEwan to pile in at least 3 180s in that match, 6-4. It all pays just under 7-1. Your thoughts?
I like Leeksma. I think he's going to be one of those players that's a little bit underrated in this sort of field. I think after a couple of laps of fixtures, people get to see him play. I think he's probably going to start coming in the odds, so not surprised to see him picked. Jim McEwan, granted name value, you're going to put him in selections. I'll just have reservations today. I'd warn our punters about a couple of things, and the main thing is he played in the Isle of Man last night. Got through to the final. He left there, got back to the UK 1 o'clock, drove down to Portsmouth from Liverpool. He's had no sleep. This is a man running on fumes today. It could be one of the things he starts well and tails off, or he might start weak and it just sort of... It's lots going to depend early on for Jim McEwan. I put question marks over that. I certainly won't be jumping on those very skinny odds.
Do you have any question marks on David Cameron and John Michael? Because they're about to play in the first match, and I just get the sense that this first match could actually sort of carve out the pathway for either of those players this week.
For John Michael, he tends to be one of those people that however he starts, it continues. We've seen him here a few times now at the Super Series. If he starts weak, it kind of continues that form. He can't snap out of it, but he's used to winning from where he is over in Greece and the amount of tournaments he wins. And if you do happen to lose one of those events, you tend to go home. Something he hasn't got his head round yet, sort of losing and coming back and having to play another 4 fixtures. So I fully agree, a lot will ride on how he starts. And 9:30 a.m. in the morning, we get some strange things happen.
Right, let's see how it pans out. It is now question time with David Cameron, and asking the questions, Phil Bars.
David, here we are back at the Super Series. Excited to be back?
Absolutely. You know, it's been a while, so yeah, it's nice to get back in the grind again.
Where is the game at the moment? We've seen you on obviously the PDC stage and the seniors. We've seen some good stuff, some indifferent stuff. Where is the game right now?
You know what? Every day is different, but I feel good. I'm not going to lie. It's just, so I'm just going to see what happens. I'm just going to bring it and go for it.
What are your expectations ahead of the week?
Just come in here and try to dominate everybody is kind of my plan. You know what I mean? So, but it's always tough at times, but you just got to keep your composure and keep your head right.
Finals night has eluded you so far. Are you ready to take the next step here at the Super Series?
Yeah, at the first couple of times I was here, I almost didn't know what to expect in a sense, but I kind of know what to expect now, so there should be no excuses. So yeah, I want to get there.
Some big times for North American darts coming up as well. We've got the cross-border challenge coming up. Are you excited to represent Canada again?
Oh, 100%. Like I said, we got a good team. I think the US might be a little tougher this year than they were last year, but still, it's going to be good overall, and anything can happen.
The darts in North America is just exploding right now. We've seen new tour card holders. Do you feel part of that process and that journey that darts is on in North America?
Yeah, I mean, it's the guys are getting better, and it's just I mean, it's just getting bigger and bigger, you know, every year. So yeah.
Coming back to the Super Series, the Group A campaign, are you one that would like to win Group A and have a couple of days off, or one that would like to play straight through potentially?
I'd like to win it actually and have a couple of days off would be nice. I feel like I get up working early again here this morning. It feels different, but it's good. Yeah.
David, wish you all the very best head of play. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting to hear from Canada's David Cameron talking to Phil Bars there, and he's in action in the opening match on Monday morning here at the MODUS Super Series against the deadly Roose. John Michael, as alluded to in the opening of the show by Matthew Edgar alongside me, is the Greek Phil Taylor. Can he have the power at the Super Series this week? Can he conquer Cameron in what could be a key opening contest for the pair of them? We will find out. First of 15 fixtures over the best of 7 legs. A man from Fall River in Canada, former World Seniors Masters champion, 54 years of age, taking on the 49-year-old multiple time Greek national champion. And here is
The first match about to get underway.
16-time Greek national champion, dating back to the noughties, 2000, the millennium year.
Game on.
He did have a run from 2000 to 2010 where he won it every single year. Gave someone else a chance though in 2011, had a year off from winning that title
100.
before getting back on again in 2012 and 2013. Last time he won it was just a year ago, 2023.
100.
Obviously there was a bit of a gap in between them because he had other engagements actually when he was a PDC tour card holder. Played in multiple world championships as John Michael. 5 to be precise. 4 in the PDC and 1 in the BDO.
60.
2014 he played at the Lakeside. 15, 16 and 17. Played in the Alexandra Palace and played there again in 2022. Well, don't know about you, Murph, but when I think of
100.
John Michael at the World Championship, I just think about that little dance that he used to do when he got on the stage.
Yeah, it is something to behold, isn't it? That little
41.
tilt to his home country.
161.
Can imagine you joining in with that, actually, Matthew.
Yeah, I do it in my bedroom most nights.
65.
When you think of David Cameron at Ali Pali, you think of that comeback when he had
180.
last year.
David, you
Michael
require
wasting
96.
no time in firing in a maximum here. First of many to come this morning. And it gets him right back in this
56.
leg.
John, you require 120.
He's completely out of it 3 darts ago, and all of a sudden, he's getting a dart at tops to win it.
100. David, you require
Just
40.
dropped short. Allowing Cameron to have a go at the same target.
Game shot on the first leg. David
And
Cameron.
he does defend his throw in the opening leg after the all-out attack at the back end of it from John Michael.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Well, let's hope that's the start of the week that we're going to be getting all the way through, because that was a cracking leg of darts to kick us off.
44.
I am just looking at the equipment of John Michael, and I've got to say, what are those?
55.
What are those flights that he's using?
They're almost like flights have been putting backwards, aren't they?
45.
They're like a bit of both. They're like, it looks like it's going to be a standard, but then it goes into like almost like a slim.
Yeah, well, these are the standard type of flight shape that David Cameron is using.
60.
And it looks like John Michael's got caught between that and pear-shaped. It's a bizarre shape. Like one half seems straight, the other half seems
100.
curved.
Well, he does like to throw a flat dart, which means you obviously don't want the wingspan of a standard. I mean, these are a smaller standard that is being used here by
46.
David Cameron, who clearly likes that little bit of zip on the dart. But these are bizarre. I've never seen these before.
It looks to me like that set of darts is
85.
actually made in like 5 different parts. It looks like the points are slotted in, then the barrels. We're told by our darts expert behind the scenes, when I say darts expert, I mean the actual darts themselves, that the flight and stem setup is actually a spring-loaded setup,
96.
which he used to have at the front of the dart. He used to make them wobble.
Well, he does own a dart shop, doesn't he, John Michael? So he's had plenty of time to
60.
tinker and plenty of access to equipment. And, well, this is what he'll believe is the very best setup for him. But very, very different equipment there at the back.
While we're on equipment as well, just noticed something in the David Cameron
140.
setup that his flights
Johnny
would actually
require
twist as they enter the board.
167.
The thinking behind that is that instead of deflecting, they'll just move out of the way.
Very, very
100.
important and making a return
you
now
require
that we're getting these sort of
104.
fixed locked stem systems and flight systems that are coming in rather than the traditional foldable sets.
84.
But he's just kind of nearly
Johnny
done what John
requires
Michael did in the
67.
previous leg, but now Michael has to make sure he does hold his throw. He missed the dart at tops to break in leg 1, and he's missed the dart at tops to hold in leg 2.
You require 20. Game shot on his second
David
leg.
Cameron
David
back in number
Cameron.
10. He doubles his lead.
Third leg, it's David to
That's
throw
on the
first.
short list of things you were dying
Game
to
on.
say today, wasn't it? And you've got it out the way in leg number 2.
Yeah, not much more. Not much more I can do with that, I don't think. I'll
60.
leave it there. Quit while I'm ahead. I have to say, with the amount we were talking about equipment and apparatus in the first couple of legs, it felt like a
135.
Formula One commentary. It's amazing how much goes into it now in darts.
Yeah, remember the days not too long ago
100.
where, I mean, points is something that is a very big conversation these days. Now remember, you just got what the darts came with. Now we've got all these different lengths,
100.
grips, patterns, the evolution of the sport. But with the equipment, it's producing obviously much better standards and higher standards and consistency as well.
100.
You don't have to go back too far to think of a dartboard. You used to have staples in it, big round wires. You spend more time picking up your darts. And
47.
Phil Taylor still used to hit 100 averages.
Well, let's just take a moment to offer our congratulations
81.
to Super Series legend Luke Littler on winning his first European Tour title yesterday at the very first attempt. So that's now 3 senior titles. With his first World Series event
99.
won, hitting a 9
David
darter along the
Require
way. First Pro
160.
Tour one, hitting a 9 darter along the way. And now his first Euro Tour one, hitting a 9 darter along the way. Incredible. This could be incredible.
140. John, you require 120.
Makes you think a big major title is on the horizon. John Michael, again, it's going to be 1 dart.
100.
Well, that's the only chances he's getting, isn't it? Just
David,
1
you
dart at
require
tops. He's had
20.
an opportunity to win every single leg, and he might lose every single leg.
And he knows it. He just gestured, didn't he? The
Game shot on the third
three
leg,
fingers
David
there from
Cameron.
John Michael. It's 3 legs lost, as Matthew rightly says. It could have been 3 legs won for
Fourth
John
leg,
Michael.
It's John to throw first.
As he
Game on.
stands at the back of the stage before approaching the Yorkie, pondering the big questions of life.
What a difference a dart makes, eh?
43.
Even if he'd just hit one of those 3, 2-1's a much more manageable scoreline than trying to turn around a 3-0 deficit against a man who's picked up a TV title.
45.
I often find that quite ironic as well, how sometimes it's the event,
140.
but it's even the same venue, because when David Cameron won his title, he was actually at the Lakeside, but until then had a pretty hideous record at the Lakeside.
Yeah, and to put even
83.
more sort of meat into that particular story, David Cameron only played in that event because he'd been knocked out of the Lakeside. He played the WDF
100.
World Championship, lost, was able then to get an Uber to Reading, play in a World Seniors qualifier, win it, and then return there to win the whole title. Sometimes your
137.
worst days can end up being your best days.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You always got to try and find that positive, that
60.
silver lining in every story. When one door closes, another one may open. You've just got to keep the head up and see what options are available. David Cameron certainly did that and got the big reward.
Yeah, and the silver lining in this match for John
134.
Michael would be the fact that he's had darts to win every leg. If you can win this leg, you'll think, I'm not out of this yet. I'll get chances.
98. David, you require 102.
But he's got to now rely on David Cameron not taking this chance.
$42.
Well, if
John,
every
you require
dart
60.
in every single leg, he'll be expecting 2. Now, the way John Michael's darts land, he could get as
Game
close
shot
to
on
that
the fourth
tops as he
leg,
likes.
John
He's not going to
Michael.
be in the way, if anything. It'd probably be a friend. And he's probably just remade friends now again
Fifth
with
leg, it's
tops.
David to throw first. Game
Yeah, we
on.
saw a great camera angle there of how his darts landed. Blocking the bed is not a worry
140.
for John Michael. It's always quite deceiving, isn't it? You see it from this angle, it looks like they actually
100.
stand up a little bit, but when you see a sort of player's eye view, you'll see the actual angle of entry for the darts. So David Cameron there, straight in that treble 20. Pretty flat, maybe kicking up very, very slightly. You'll see a total different effect for John Michael here.
I really like that
100.
angle of entry of the dart. I know a lot of people don't. A lot of people do like that slight little kick, but big fan of the flat lying dart. David Cameron, the darts will flatten out slightly again, just because that's not a full-size standard on the back, so it will just level it out, especially with the length of the dart that he's got. But that's a perfect dart there for John Michael, just to lay on top, and that is the beauty of the flat landing dart.
David, you require 136.
The negative is if you hit top wire on tops.
Well, Cameron knows he's got a couple of visits here.
83.
And that last dart really does help him out. He's going to get a couple of darts himself, barring a disaster, to win this match.
100. David, you require 53.
Options, a lot of action on tops in this game, and Cameron's been pretty handy on the finishing. Pretty handy indeed. Cameron conquers Michael in the opening encounter of Monday at the MODUS Super Series. The Deadly Rose, unable to find that killer instinct, and it's David Cameron who's smelling victory at the end of that one. A 4-1 success, an average north of 90 for the Canadian, but the finishing was the big difference there. In the first 3 legs, Michael missed a dart at tops, and Cameron punished. 4 out of 7 for him in that department, and that augurs well for the rest of the day. Second match then follows this break. Jim McEwan up against Michael Huntley. Well, we've just seen success for one of the Super Series senior slingers, David Cameron. Of course, the seniors world master, getting a 4-1 victory against John Michael in the opening match. Now 2 of the players who play on that World Seniors Tour, Jim McEwan a finalist at the seniors match play last year. And Mike Huntley, who has been a regular appearer in some of those televised events, and both players regular participants here at the MODUS Super Series. In fact, Chucky was the champion in Series 5, the one before last. The man from Maybole in Scotland looking to reclaim that crown after Scott Taylor took it in Series 6. Week 3 of Series 7 sees Michael Huntley, 52 years of age, from Wales, take on McEwan in the pair's opening encounter. Matthew, you were saying in our chat at the start of the show that you worry for Jim McEwan today. He might just be a little bit sluggish.
Yeah, I think he's one best worth watching today, rather than, especially at those very skinny odds that are available at him. I wouldn't be interested in those at all. Jim McEwan, zero
First
sleep.
leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
He went over to the Isle of Man Festival, one of the most popular competitions on the calendar for those players without tour cards, and ended up getting through to finals night, which actually plays on a Sunday evening. So Jim McEwan had to get on the boat, get on the ferry, travel back to the UK, and then he drove all the way down through the night, a 5-hour journey to be here in Portsmouth. He arrived here at 6 a.m. And when you arrive at 6 a.m. and you've got to be at the venue for around about 7:30, there's no point in going to sleep. So Jim McEwan could be running on fumes and could start to struggle as the day goes on.
100.
But one of the things he does have in his favour is that very methodical, manufactured style throw. With some people that rely on a lot of feel,
100.
they may really struggle with this situation. I think the one thing that helps Jim McEwan here is that little sighter of the dart that he's got. Just the mechanics of the throw may get him through, but maybe a bit more vulnerable today.
60.
I suppose the vulnerability actually may not even come in terms of mechanics. It may come in the head, because we can already see him at the back of the stage, fake throws,
140.
just trying to get that phantom dart. He's already feeling the shoulder. Mentally, he might not be there. And then what happens is when you have wayward darts or missed doubles, they just amplify.
80.
I think as well, if you start the day thinking, oh, I'm tired, this is going to be a long slog, then that can affect your performance before you've even thrown a dart, can't it? You're already in a negative frame of mind.
96.
So that sort of placebo effect that players have with different approaches they try, where, oh, you could look at, oh, I usually play better when I'm tired.
125. Mike, you require 135.
Well, he's in the leg. It is his throw, and he is going to get a go at 76. McEwan, maestro
83.
on double top.
Jim, you
Might
require
actually
76.
prefer one dart at tops and 2 darts at double 8. But that's what he gets. And he only
Shot on
needs
the
one
first
dart at that
leg,
target
Jim
anyway.
McEwan.
No problem for Jim McEwan. No need to be alarmed. Well, he's feeling that shoulder, though.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
That's interesting, feeling that shoulder. Well, we know he can't have slept on it. Still going with that shoulder, and that's a worrying sign. Match 1
60.
for the aches and pains to be evident. I say it every time he's here, but I do
100.
absolutely adore those darts that Jim McEwan throws. I keep saying it because I'm hoping he's going to watch back and give me a set, but it hasn't worked. They should be in a display case. They should not be thrown at a dartboard. They are absolutely beautiful. Look at them.
I think the hint has been heard loud and clear on this occasion.
81.
Yeah, they're rubbish. See again that little
45.
twisty flight. Huntley throws the darts and you just see the flight spinning around. Although this would be the most perfect thing ever to happen if it was a 180 with those gorgeous
140.
arrows. But yeah, you can just see, just as we spoke about in the previous match, Huntley now using flights at spin.
97.
Look at that garment as well, Matthew.
There's been a bit of design work going to that one, hasn't there, for the Jim McEwan?
A bit of tartan and the
135.
full Chucky child's play. I mean, that would be disturbing to stand behind, wouldn't it?
60. Jimmy require 45.
He's one of the players here at the Super Series that people don't like standing behind because he's got two things going for him. One is very good, and the other one is a little bit more methodical than the sort of standard player we see here at the Super Series. And
5.
people don't tend to like playing
Mike, you require
against those
154.
slower players. It's not looking comfortable at all, is he, Jim McEwan, despite the fact that actually
90.
the dartboard side of things, where the darts are landing, going well.
He hasn't yet acquainted himself with tops in this game. That's 3 darts missed at his favourite target, but he's found every other target that he's gone for, double 8 and now double 10, as he doubles his lead.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Average of 88.41, which is around about sort of the seasonal stats for Jim McEwan. So there might be a thing here that if he does turn up today and play really well, maybe it's going to put that horrible thought in his mind. Maybe I'd need to get up earlier. I know with these sort of different time slots, a lot of people prepare very differently.
26.
I know certainly myself, when I was playing in this sort of Group A environment back at the old venue in Southampton, still starting at 9:30. I used to actually get up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, just so I didn't feel tired.
44.
Michael Huntley, I'm not sure he's woke up yet.
115.
Yeah, well, McEwan's had a really good run up if you're going to put the positive spin on it, hasn't he? He's been up since last Wednesday. As we discussed at the start of the show,
92.
what a start we've had to the series, and we did have that issue in the previous series where a few players went on and got tour cards and couldn't play in Champions Week for various reasons. We won't have that
100.
this time around. And we've got 2 real Super Series stalwarts through to finals week, Champions Week. Conor Heenahan winning for the first time despite all of his exploits here, 2 9-darters included, and Reese Robinson, the
95.
ultimate showman.
Not forgetting the biggest Champions Week to record. Biggest prize fund ever given out at the Super Series. Increased prize fund for Champions Week up to £25,000.
170. $46.
A little bit of an invitation here for Michael Huntley. If you can find a couple of trebles. This is on the Jim McEwan throw, so would really get him
100.
back into the game, and
Jimmy require
the first start in the
124.
treble will be slightly disappointed to come away with just a ton.
Needed the treble to get a go at the bullseye, so it's
56.
a ton that is
Mike, you
needed
require 100.
by Huntley.
$60. Jimmy requires 68.
Doesn't look a lock on the scoreboard, but it may still be 3 darts. It might just be a dart of the bull after that wayward one from McEwan. Rectifies the situation.
52.
But here's a chance
Mike,
for
you require
Michael Huntley
40.
to get himself in the game with potential break of throw.
20.
Oh, right on the wire.
Jim, you require 16. Game shot on a third leg.
Well, twice
Jim
in this
McEwan.
match, Jim McEwan's gone for double 8 and he's hit it. It's quite an interesting story in this game for McEwan.
Fourth
Usually
leg,
an
it's Mike
absolute
to throw
master
first. Game on.
double top. He's missed that every time he's gone for it, but he's hit everything else.
24.
Only that one miss at double 16 to leave that double 8 and then 3 at tops. Missed by McEwan, but 3 legs in the ledger. It feels like a very similar kind of performance to the one. It's not as good statistically
24.
as David Cameron, but the match management is very similar. He found himself 3-0 up as well.
$140.
Michael Huntley, another one of those players that's sort of coming to the forefront a bit more in the senior years. Getting a bit of TV time and exposure. Played in the last
23.
2 Seniors World Championships. Got a couple of sets in both of them. Lost 3-2 to Keith Deller. 3-2 to Lisa Ashton. Lisa Ashton, who
81.
went on to reach the semi-finals of the Seniors World Championship this year.
They're here this week as an ADC qualifier, having won a local vault event to get himself through to the Super
55.
Series. And there are opportunities for anyone to play at the Super Series. Yep, some players are invited, but in Group A, 2 players have qualified, himself and
60.
Ivo Leeksma, who's in action next in an old Dutch duel with Bradley Roose. He's here as a wild card dished out by the ADC in Europe. And then later in the week, further ADC reps as well.
59.
Well, this is the sort of leg that could really lag with McEwan. You see the reaction of him at the back there, just a bit dejected. He's 3-0 up and still looks a
85.
little bit flustered. But that average is tumbling at the moment for McEwan. 12 darts thrown, and he's still in the 300s.
Well, will there be thoughts in Jim McEwan's mind? You've touched on his
60.
potential
Mike,
early
you require
fatigue, which is a strange
111.
way of putting it. But will there be thoughts in his mind? He just wants to get each match done as quickly as possible. So now this will be annoying for him.
51.
The thing he'll have at the moment is just that lack of trust because of how he feels. And I suppose even then it gets a little bit harder when you see positive in front of you, and
140.
that's when
Mike,
they say you just
require
want things to be
60.
done and dusted. He's been very fidgety in this game as McEwan.
Interesting you chose to step to that side. I'll get your assessment on that because, quite frankly,
50.
you know better than me.
Jim, you require
I thought exactly the same.
140.
Sort of went for the closed end of the bed.
And it could be the closed end of the match now. Well, stay away this time from the treble,
100.
Jim. He did.
Mike, you require 10.
And this ain't over yet, this leg. Huntley has to be careful here not to do that. At least he did it with that dart and can therefore rescue it on double 2.
Game
Which
shot
he
on the
does.
4th
3-1.
leg. Mike Huntley.
First leg on the board for Huntley. But it was just a holder throw.
5th leg. It's
He
Jim
did
to
have
throw first.
a handful of darts to
Game
break
on.
the throw of Jim McEwan in the last and was unable to. But now, can McEwan show that champion spirit? There'll be plenty of times in his career that he's played tired or
41.
not felt great and just ground his way through it. But the reactions, the detachment is what concerns at the moment with McEwan when it's not going well. Like I say, he just wants to get this
40.
job done. Wants to be off the stage with the points in the bank, and essentially today is about surviving. If he has a bad day today, that could damage his Group A chances.
But also, he's got to be careful, hasn't he? And people don't think about all this sort of stuff when it
78.
comes to sports people, in particular individual sports people. But he's going to leave here what 2 p.m. and he's going to be absolutely shattered
100.
and could quite easily do what I do on a regular basis, go to sleep, wake up just halfway into the evening and then not be able to sleep at night. He needs to manage this.
Yeah, just a few extra hours.
140.
Stay awake, go for a wander, stay active, then get your early night. But he's just got to make sure, hasn't he, that he's in the mix. 3-day group. If he lost to lose 3 or 4 games today, for example, it might completely ruin his chances of getting through this group.
$85.
Yeah, not happy with how he's followed what was a very inviting first start, Jim McEwan there, but Huntley needs to be careful here. And he wasn't.
100.
I think he was too tempted
Jimmy
by the first
require
start, actually, there. He
157.
stood up, he thought, I'll get 2 trebles here, but he hasn't left to finish, which has just given McEwan a real pressure-free 6 darts.
97.
Well, he'll get the opportunity to leave his favourite, see if he can reacquaint himself with that double.
62.
And Huntley
Jimmy
rounds it
requires
off
60.
perfectly.
20 then. Well, he's going to have to do that in 2 bits now. And it's only 1 dart tops, a target he hasn't found in this entire match until the end. And that is the end. And McEwan wins 4-1 over Mike Huntley. Chucky just fighting the fatigue. Not happy with his performance level, but he will be very happy to pick up the points there. Neither player really at it from the off, but McEwan just sharper on the finishing in the end. 50% for him, and he wins it 4-1, just as David Cameron did in the opening match against John Michael. That leaves the Dutch duo to battle it out next as Ivo Leeksma faces Bradley Roose. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the MODUS Super Series, where a couple of Dutch talents are about to go head-to-head here. Bradley Roose is a former finalist on the Super Series stage, back in action, representing the ADC, the European arm of the amateur darts circuit. Roose familiar with the stage, a man who's not Ivo Leeksma, making his debut. The former Dutch national ranking champion, the 28-year-old from that place in the Netherlands. And Bradley Roose from a better-known part of that country, Den Haag. Of course, also home of the 5-time champion of the world, Raymond van Barneveld. Well, this will be an interesting one. We've seen two pretty one-sided affairs. In terms of the scoreline, John Michael was much more competitive against David Cameron. And that match was a much higher standard than the one that followed between McEwan
First leg,
and Huntley.
Ivo to throw first.
But it is
Game
time
on.
for Roose and Leeksma to do battle. And this will give an indication of how competitive this group might be.
I think we've got an understated player here. Semi-finalist in the Dutch Open, which, you know, he'd had to have won about 17 rounds to get to the semi-final, beating some good players along the way, beating people like ex-tour card holder Gary Blades, pushed Wesley Plazier, the World Masters winner, all the way. This is a player I think is going to sort of be unearthed a little bit more this week. I'm really excited to see how he sort of gets on. He's been playing darts for around about 10 years. So plenty of experience. He just doesn't have
82.
the time or the funds to be able to fully commit to one of those tours, which, how often have we heard this story?
108.
Well, not only was he accurate there, but explosive in the way through those darts. Could be a very exciting player to watch. Strap yourselves in. He's quick. He's forceful.
140.
And he might be about to win his first leg on the Super Series stage.
53.
He has obviously played on the stage before. That Dutch Open semi-final was played on stage in front of, well, sizable crowd at the Dutch Open. They get a few thousand in there for the finals.
Ivo, you require 32.
Wayward with that one. Overcompensates with that one, and he also blocks double eight a little bit.
24.
Couldn't find it, and
Bradley,
Roose has a chance to steal the leg in the most spectacular fashion. Not this time.
58. Ivo, you require 8. Game shot on the first leg. Ivo Leeksma.
Well, that's a solid enough start to life at the Super Series. 17 data in the end for Ivo.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood, the referee for today, calling out the numbers.
140.
One of a group of talented callers we have on stage here at the MODUS Super Series. I just want to say congratulations to one in particular, Paul Hinks. Well done on that jigsaw you completed this morning.
$64.
How many pieces did the jigsaw have?
Well, apparently
58.
he was very, very impressed with himself because he did it in a couple of weeks and it actually said 3 to 4 years on the box.
85.
I like the joke, but you're missing an opportunity there. Go, ask me how many pieces the jigsaw had.
How many pieces did the jigsaw that Paul Hinks completed have?
180.
93. $81. 120.
One of our referees has now,
Bradley, you
has now
require
graduated
131.
from the Super Series. Charlie Corstefine. Same rules, isn't it, for refs as it is for players? Once you're on the big stage,
57.
then you can't referee on the small stage. So Charlie Corstefine will not be seen anymore. But thanks for all the calls here, Charlie.
52. Bradley requires 74.
One of the best in the game, Charlie.
Well, this now has to be a 12. Well, a treble is even better. Double 13.
48. Evo, you require 136.
Big ask. Needs to find 2 trebles, can't find the first.
115.
This is where
Bradley, you require
things
26.
can get a little bit messy when you're on those sort of awkward breakdowns.
Game shot on a second leg. Bradley Roose.
All square then. Roose, the WDF Boys Champion of
Third leg,
2022.
it's Evo to
Beat
throw
Charlie
first.
Large in the
Game on.
final. A Portsmouth player himself.
57.
Interesting. Luke Littler and Leighton Bennett were both in that tournament. Neither went on to win it.
Had a nice little chat with Evo this morning just to try and get a little bit of
41.
information, get a bit of a vibe. Still, he said his English wasn't very good. He
58.
tried explaining what he did for a career because I wanted to get a bit of an insight into his day-to-day life. And he tried explaining what it was, but he couldn't think of the name of the job, and I still can't think of it myself. He said he works in a greenhouse
99.
where they deal with palm trees.
Not careful.
100.
So he actually likes the job, though. He says a lot of heavy lifting, which, you know, good for the conditioning, he believes. Keeps him fit, keeps him well.
140.
Something he believes is good for the darts as well, just having that sort of muscle density, that extra control.
140.
Something we're seeing quite a lot, actually, now in the game, aren't we? People really taking to sort of health and fitness routines as well, and Luke Humphrey's certainly flying the flag for that. Now the world number 1 and world
57.
champion off the back of
Evo, you require 146.
his maintenance. Seeing other people. Lucas Venig, Gerwin Price,
106.
Josh Payne,
Bradley, you require 164.
the new Adonises of the sport.
Is it a decent position
94.
here?
Evo,
Holding
you
on to
require
his
40.
throw if he finds double 10
Game shot on
which
a
he
third
does.
leg. Evo Leeksma.
to get ahead. Just looking at his record as well at the World Masters, he beat some players who have played here at the Super
Fourth
Series,
leg,
Marvin
it's
van
Bradley to throw
Velzen and
first.
Christopher Toonders, before
Game on.
losing out to Kai Fan Lung. That was at the back end of 2022.
100.
Doesn't have loads of history, but the history does have. Looks pretty reasonable, doesn't it?
40.
It just doesn't have the chance to travel, and you know that's one of the things the ADC has done, and it's sort of took the travelling out of the sport and brought it to people's hometowns, which is really helping us
140.
find those heroes that are out there and make them from local heroes to potentially champions here at the Super Series.
140.
Oh, we just got a glimpse at the back of his shirt there. I mean, that is going to rival Jim McEwan when they're both on the stage together. Who's got the scariest shirt?
59.
Sends a shiver down the spine, Matthew.
93.
Well, some players have a full-on image of themselves on the back of the shirt, don't they?
$22.
Never really been a fan of darts on shirts, though. That's something I'm not keen on.
38.
Bradley's got the swan. Something to do with where he's from, actually. I think we went through all this rigmarole last time he was here. Henry read it all out of Wikipedia. I won't do the same.
140. $56. Bradley, you require 40.
To keep the pattern of the game going, which is just comfortable holds of throw.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Bradley Roose.
Yep, and that continues. 2-2. As Roose
5th flag. It's Evo to
finds
throw
Top's
first.
third dart in hand,
Game
denying Leeksma a go at the remainder he'd left, which was 1-3-4.
100.
Looks like a young Petr Cech, doesn't he, Ivo Leeksma?
Does that mean tomorrow he's going to come in with one of those head bracers on?
140.
Well, that can be our little theme on social media today. Get us your darts lucky like he's in.
100.
I'll start with Petr Cech for Evo. You try and better that. Doesn't have to be famous. Just send us pictures of your mates. Tell us what dart player they look like. MSS Darts across
60.
all social media platforms. I will be monitoring the X app if you want to post it in there.
60.
We had a player last week that looked like Danny Noppert.
85. $81.
So much rhythm in that throw and so much belief in it. He was doing the action whilst looking at the scoreboard. Maybe we'll see like our first proper blind 180.
56. Evo, you require 160. 56. Bradley, you require 160.
Well, it's been all comfortable holds of throw. This one looks less comfortable. And it might not be a hold. Maybe a big break by Bradley. Oh,
125.
deflected off the flight.
Evo, you require 104.
Tells you it wasn't heading towards the target. And the 104 doesn't
88.
go.
Bradley, you require 35.
Well, that's just made it a little bit awkward.
3.
And case in point there, smashing
Evo, you
straight into the
require
tungsten.
16.
It's the angle of entry of the dart there that's really cost him. Just kicking across to the side.
Game shot on a 5th flag. Evo Leeksma.
Yeah, well, we called it. It wasn't comfortable, but it is a hold. After that, Bradley Roose.
6th flag. It's
Dart.
Bradley to throw first. Game
I
on.
haven't heard this phrase for a while, but he darted himself, didn't he?
$41.
Bradley from The Hague
100.
in the Netherlands. You may recognise that. Home of Raymond van Barneveld, 5-time world champion. Actually been to The Hague a few times. Lovely part of the country. And Barneveld actually has his own dart shop in that area
134.
as well, for which he has all his sort of shirts and trophies and memorabilia on display. It's like a
81.
museum and a shop all rolled into one.
I was worried when you said you'd been to The Hague before. It, of course, has
60.
the International Criminal Court there, Matthew. I wonder what you've been up to.
57.
I just heard they do good burgers.
Roose heading for cover. Needs a treble.
59.
Couldn't get a treble.
38.
John Michael, Jim McEwan to follow this one. McEwan who won his first match 4-1.
60.
Michael who lost his first match 4-1.
$65. Bradley, you require 147.
Two sort of one-sided on the scoreboard results, but this one got the makings of going all the way.
78.
Let's
Evo,
see
you
Evo
require
can
160.
land something big.
Well, what a way this would be.
140.
And it puts pressure
requires
on Bradley
69.
Roose, who now has to take out the 69. He's got no option.
Game shot on a 6th leg. Bradley Roose.
Cleans it up very, very convincingly as well.
7th and final leg. It's Evo to throw first. Game on.
Well, the match start, it was at the big end of a combination there for Evo.
100.
But that was a really good polished finish there as well from Bradley, because it is one of them shots, you miss the first dart, you only get the one. It doesn't look flashy taking out a 69 finish, but actually under the context of that moment, that was a big finish.
Yeah, really clinical as well.
100.
57, double six, 2 darts, no trouble.
$100.
As long as Evo just keeps finding that one treble with each visit,
58.
which he can't, he would have kept Bradley sort of at arm's length and forcing Bradley to hit a max.
$60.
3 well thrown darts there, all on the wire. But he won't like what he's seeing when he turns around.
140.
Evo in full control. You feel this has to be a max?
And it's not going to be. He's not going to leave a finish, which means Leeksma
60.
has 6
Evo, you
darts, 2
require
visits
103.
to take out 103 to get a win in his first ever match at the MODUS Super Series. Double top.
63.
Bit of a rush of blood, but he will return with 3 clear darts at that target.
He's done the job in hand. He's left the double. That's the primary focus of that last visit.
100.
But that one,
Evo, you require 40.
big last start there, keeps him interested.
Game shot.
But the game is done, the game is over, and Evo Leeksma on debut has picked up a victory here at the Super Series. We said he could be one that goes under the radar a little bit and a bit understated. A semi-finalist at the Dutch Open, but now he is a winner on the Super Series stage. He's up and running, 2 points on the board thanks to the 82.61 average for him. But coming up next, we've got a former champion here at the Super Series, Jim McEwan, taking on a 16-time Greek champion, John Michael.
Welcome back. All the players in Group A have played their opening matches, and it was contrasting fortunes for the pair that are about to play in Game 4 of the day. John Michael, the Deadly Rose, went down 4-1 in the first match of the day to David Cameron, though he did play some decent stuff and actually could have won each of the first 3 legs, losing them all, having a dart at tops in every one of them. Jim McEwan, despite being below par by his own Super Series winning standards, won 4-1 against Mike Huntley in Game 2. Since then, Ivo Leeksma has made a dream start on his debut, a 4-3 victory against fellow Netherlands native Bradley Roose. Now Michael and McEwan do
First
battle.
leg, it's John to throw first. Game
And
on.
based on the results that we saw in the opening matches, then McEwan will be a heavy favourite. But based on performances, Matthew, you'd have to give Michael a very good chance here.
125.
Absolutely. Good performance from John Michael. Jim McEwan, we don't know how he's going to go throughout the day. We did give you all the information in the opening fixture regarding Jim McEwan.
81.
But if you are just joining us, the short snippet version of it is he's very, very tired. Been driving here through the night, was playing in a final last night over on the Isle of Man. WDF ranked event, which is something we're going to see Jim McEwan go into. A couple more of those events. Will be looking to go to Lakeside. He played it a couple of years ago. Didn't play last year, but does have plans. He's going to be doing the England Open. He's going to be going to Denmark. Gold and silver ranked event out there.
100.
Not far off. He'll be seeded for those events as well. So I fully expect to see chucking on the Lakeside stage once again. There was one interesting bit of information, though.
You require 151.
He is not going to Germany to take part in the next series of Challenge Tour events. He also
86.
missed the first lap of Challenge Tour events, so looks like a year off the Challenge Tour for Jim McEwan. Do you know where he's going instead of going to the Challenge Tour? You might never guess this one.
Well, I won't try. You got to tell us.
Skegness.
140.
Can't blame him, to be
Johnny
fair.
requires
Love a bit of
65.
Skegness.
No score.
Well, that was too good and then too
Jimmy
bad.
require 112.
From John Michael. And Jim McEwan may punish him.
$72.
Well, top still hasn't
Johnny
been
requires
the
65.
reliable target it usually is for McEwan. He's at it again here, John Michael. Stop it. This time he gets it right, but not
53.
the end bit.
Jimmy require 40.
Well, John Michael has approached the jockey twice for a 65 finish and got one dart at a double.
Game shot on a first
Yeah, and he is
leg,
made to
Jim
pay for that.
McEwan.
McEwan punishes Michael, who, yeah, will go down statistically
Second
as
leg, it's
having
Jim's to throw
only
first.
missed one dart at double,
Game
but
on.
6 darts from 65, as Matthew mentioned. Will leave John Michael fuming.
140.
Looking at his player profile
140.
on a database that I use, and it's got down it that he plays Scrabble as a hobby, John Michael.
Okay.
140.
Something I never thought I'd hear today.
Yeah, I just thought it was quite surprising as well. Numbers on the dartboard,
100.
letters on the Scrabble board for Yanis Mikhail, to give him his full name.
$55.
Getting quite a lot of board game. We had a game of tic-tac-toe, didn't we? A
95.
couple of weeks ago now, a darting version.
Yeah, check it out. Matthew Edgar gave it the full Ricardo Pietresco routine, accused me of arrogance and effectively cheating and all sorts.
126.
I mean, you did have Paul Nicholson down as English.
Look at his birth certificate.
Look at his
you heard-
passport.
Have you heard the man speak? I've never heard an Aussie say "why I."
98. Jim, you require 40.
Anyway, tops for McEwan.
Game shot on a second leg.
He doubles his
Jim
lead,
McEwan.
and it doesn't seem to matter that he's a little tired. He's getting everything go his own way here.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $60.
I'm not even sure a little tired does it justice. When I saw the scheduling of Jim McEwan, I just assumed that maybe he travelled with someone and someone was going to drive him down here so he could at least get some sleep in the car, but no, he drove himself.
100.
Beautifully pitched dart from Michael there.
$100.
Jim McEwan is one of the players in this Group A campaign who has knocked on the door of the perfect campaign. You have not seen anybody do the 15 from 15, but McEwan actually lost game 15. That was to Josh Payne.
60. John, you require 161.
Well, that 180, Michael's first of the day, gets him down to 161 as he looks to halve the deficit in this game.
65.
For once, the bullseye not hit when aiming for the middle of the board. But he does take off the odd and puts himself on a 2-darter.
140. John, you require 96.
Should just be nice to sit on top. So inviting with that flat dart.
88. Jim, you require 141.
He'll just have a glance over the shoulder of McEwan here and hope to see the first dart out, which it is. That means he can start his preparation, his routines a bit early. Worst thing is when your opponent leaves you waiting, they get the 2 trebles, the heart rate gets picked up.
Game shot on a third leg. John Michael.
Well, Michael does cut the gap. Decent standard this game. Averages
Fourth leg. It's
within
Jim
5
to throw
points
first.
of each other. Michael touching
Game on.
89. McEwan over 93.
$60. 60.
And there you see that standard. It's kind of similar to the one that Michael had in his first match.
34.
And it could be one of those days where he's up against every player at their best. Can happen. We've seen it many a time.
140.
Just looking through those performances at the World Championship that John Michael has had, there's one that's quite interesting. 2017, the closest he got to a win on the Alexandra Palace stage, picked up 2 sets when he went 3-2 down to Alan Norris, who's actually going to be here this week. So they might have a 2017 World Championship reunion.
140.
Once again, after 9 darts, he's on a finish. Upping his game.
140. John, you require 161. $26.
Thrown it
Jim,
away,
you require
really, there.
127.
Potentially given McEwan 6 darts at this. He'll want to do it in 3 just to be safe. So therefore has to go for the bull.
93.
Well, he's left a
Johnny
double.
Require 135.
Least spotted double on the board. This time gets the bullseye when he wants it. It's tops.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
Yeah, what a
John
finish
Michael.
that is. Magical Michael. The 135. Well, all that bullseye practice earlier on
Fifth
paid
flag,
off in the
it's John
end.
to throw first.
It's hit at the start
Game
of the
on.
135 combo that ties up this match at 2 apiece. And that's very good from 2-0 behind.
83.
This is where the questions really get posed. When you're leading from the front, you're front
41.
running, it's all going okay. You can sort of just run with the game. But when you get drawn in, you need to ask yourself for that little bit extra. Does he have that
60.
extra? Does he have that little bit of gas in the tank that we know he's got? Picking up a series title here, Jim McEwan. There's not many names on that roll of honour, partly because Luke Littler took 2 of them.
60.
We are looking for our next sort of double champion.
125.
We know Luke Littler can't come back to pick up another one. We haven't seen Raymond Smith since he picked up Series 2. So you'd say McEwan is one of the
68.
most likely players. I'm sure we'll see Scott Taylor again in the very near future. He was quality, wasn't he, in picking up the most recent
100.
series?
Yeah, absolutely. This game seems to have turned around totally.
$100. John, you require 133. 30.
It's happened a couple of times. He's been in a good spot, John Michael, on a finish, and he's only scored a low amount. Just offers optimism to his opponent, offers opportunity. Last time he bailed himself out by taking out the 135.
84. John, you
Is he
require
going to do the same with the 103?
$83. Jim, you
Could
require
be perfect for McEwan.
148.
2 trebles and a double. Michael will get an opportunity now to take the lead for the first time today.
58. John, you require 20.
2 tens.
Game shot on a 5th flag. John Michael.
Delivered. And the deadly rose has risen. McEwan has the darts, but Michael now has the
6th
match in the
flag.
palm
It's
of his
Jim
hand.
to throw first. Game on.
Jim McEwan, despite throwing second in this game, was the odds-on favourite with the odds
140.
compilers. However, as it stands at the moment, John Michael is king of the hockey. 1-0 up on the 180 column. He's had the biggest checkout with a 135 and is leading the fixture.
$83.
So we spoke about that
100.
dart going underneath working for him there, but you saw he had to shuffle across to open up the bed. If he gets that dart slightly high on the treble 20 bed, it can become a hindrance for him.
$124.
Well, he missed that 180 by a mile, Matt. He would have been switching over for the treble 18 there, McEwan, but
60.
still has every
Jimmy
chance of
require
forcing a decider.
154.
I have to say he played much worse in a 4-1 win than he's playing in a potential defeat here. 58 for McEwan when he returns. Under what pressure?
135.
Plenty
Jimmy require 58.
is the answer to that. Needs to make sure he doesn't go wide again, and therefore gets 2 darts at his favourite double.
$18.
2 darts squandered at that target.
John, you
There just
require
hasn't been there
66.
for him today.
How many darts will John Michael get? It's going to be 2.
Game shot, undermatch.
And he only needs
John
1.
Michael.
John Michael gets his first win of the week at the Super Series, seeing off the Series 5 champion Jim McEwan, who put in a decent performance, but it wasn't good enough to deal with Michael, who really turned the tie with that 135 finish. Averages higher than 91 in the end there, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. A very, very polished performance from the Greek, and he picks up his first points of the group. Coming next, Bradley Roose, looking for his first win. He's up against David Cameron. On we go then here at the Super Series, week 3 of Series 7. And Bradley Roose, who has made it through to a final before, he is looking for his first win, having lost a couple of games ago against Ivo Leeksma, a fellow Dutchman. Takes on David Cameron, who won now 4 games ago, the first match of the day, a 4-1 win against John Michael, and that looks like a pretty good result considering the way we just saw Michael perform in getting the better of the Series 5 champion, Jim McEwan, in the last match.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood, the referee, observing and officiating proceedings today.
I think Bradley shown enough, didn't he, in that opening game, despite going down to Evo 4 legs to 3. that he's going to be
99.
competitive in this group. There are a couple of big hitters in this group in regards to Jim McEwan once he sort of manages to get his diary sorted and
96.
actually get some sleep. I suppose sleep's one of those things that you don't appreciate till it's gone. And I'm sure Jim McEwan will be
57.
getting a nice early shift in there, which could hand the initiative here to David Cameron. David Cameron must be in that back room hearing the story of Jim McEwan that's going on today, thinking, McEwan's going to slip up here in places. If I can have the perfect day. He's already got John Michael out the way, who, again, has a good darting CV.
60.
Maybe you could make a good march against Jim McEwan that may be too big for McEwan to claw back.
$41.
Yeah, it's often the way, isn't it, in Group A, just build up a lead that's too big for the other players to catch.
100. Bradley, you require 131. $91.
Good leave from Bradley Roose. You have to go back to stage 4 since he reached that final. It was May last year, lost out
100.
to Neil Duff
Bradley, you require 40.
in the final match.
No score.
Well, that's not the
David,
outcome
you
he
require
wanted, and that was a little bit
85.
naughty. Pure petulance from Roose on that occasion. Just disappointed with himself, and now hoping that he gets another go.
60. Bradley, you require 40.
Well,
20.
if he was frustrated before,
David,
he'll
you
be
require
angry now.
25.
Another 3 darts there for Bradley.
$15.
Well,
Bradley, you require 20.
David Cameron unable to step in and take the opportunity. But these missed doubles are just adding up. He gets
On a
there in the
first
end.
leg, Bradley Roose.
I like that. I like that there from Bradley. Just a little
Second
bit
leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
of what I'd call a PDC celebration. Obviously, the Pro Tour played behind closed doors in a silent environment, so you can't be
99.
doing what Conor Heenahan was doing here on Saturday night, jumping around the stage, causing the earthquakes. Whereas a lot of the time when we see someone who gets a double
60.
after 8 attempts, it's almost a bit like they're disappointed to win the leg because they didn't do it with the first dart. But going with the Gerwin Price school
60.
of thinking, where it doesn't matter if it's a 30 dart leg, I'm going to give it the same reaction because I still won it. Speaking of winning things,
140.
spoke about David Cameron winning the Seniors Masters at the Lakeside, and he did it the hard way. He had to play a prelim game against Kevin Painter,
99.
who at the time was reaching a semi-final of pretty much all the Seniors events. He then beat Robert Thornton, who was winning everything. Colin Monk in the quarterfinals, Richie Howson in the
58.
semi-finals, who I don't think there's ever a Seniors Tour weekend without Richie Howson picking up a trophy. And then in the final, had to play
100.
arguably one of the hardest psychological games that anybody ever plays on those Seniors events, and that's Phil Taylor, because despite the fact Phil Taylor's not playing like Phil Taylor, people still see Phil Taylor.
100. David, you require 143.
Yeah, and then he was playing a lot better than he is now. Anyway,
59.
remember the game against Painter was
Bradley, you
a
require 143.
really hard-fought win. Oh, this could be a fine finish from Bradley Roose. Couldn't quite locate the second required treble target.
127. David, you require 84.
Cameron looking to crash in. The ball.
49. Bradley requires 16. Gave shot on his second leg. Bradley Roose.
I think I'm already starting to see with this Group A that this is going to be one of those sort of unpredictable
Bradley to throw
groups.
First. Game on.
You look at Jim McEwan at the favourite, but there's question marks over him. So then you turn to David Cameron and say, will he stand up? And, well, if he goes on to lose this fixture, it makes it wide open. Then do we see someone like Evo, who's coming up next against Michael Huntley, who I said is potentially an underrated, understated player who
58.
could come through this week and sort of make a bit of a name for himself. This is the type of group he could do that in.
57. $140. $56.
Cameron.
$123.
We'll be hoping to try and dominate, but he's going to have to turn this around.
I feel if he played to the standard he did in his opening fixture where he picked up a 4-1 victory over John Michael, averaging 90.56, that it would have been enough, and it would be enough to get the victory in this fixture, but currently just below an 80.
40.
Yeah, Michael's kind of probably been the best player when you look at performances over 2 games, despite losing that match 4-1.
60.
He was a high 80s average
David,
in that one, and a 91.44 against McEwan in the last game.
Really did come to life after that 1-3-5 finish, didn't he? Just sort
60.
of completely flipped
Bradley
that game.
require 132.
Starting on bullseye then, Bradley. Oh, that is so inviting. If he hits this treble 19, well, he doesn't, so I won't complete the
64.
sentence.
David, you require 80.
I think we know where he was going with that one. We know where David Cameron's going. He's going to double 10.
Leg, David Cameron.
Gets him back in the game. And that is a breaker throw as well. Just gives Bradley plenty to ponder.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
If you are just joining us, a reminder that still to come this week, Alan Norris, Jensen Walker, the youngster who
60.
pulled up a few trees at the UK Open recently, and Shane Hayward, the ADC qualifier in Group C. Group B will feature the former World Championship finalist Andy Hamilton, another Canadian, former Lakeside
100.
finalist in Jeff Smith, and Tommy Morris, the relatively local talent who's been quite explosive when he's been on this stage in recent months.
140.
It's quite an outdoorsy vibe then, isn't there, this week?
100.
Tommy Morris, gardener and landscaper. We've got Evo, who works in a greenhouse with palm trees.
Could
100.
do something together. Not many palm trees in Portsmouth.
$180.
A bit of celebration there from Bradley Roose, who probably feels like he's regained control of the tie with that visit.
140.
He actually hasn't. He'll have to hit this
Bradley
as well.
require 121.
I'm not quite sure where that celebration was. It was like half a Brendan Dolan helicopter and part Johnny Clayton finger point.
97. David, you
Options
require
here for Cameron.
61.
We've seen John Michael come a cropper going this route, but it works out for him. And in a way, that worked out for him as well, because it left him double
29.
16, but he can't locate
Bradley
it, so
require
Roose will get the
24.
chance to restore that 2-leg buffer.
Game shot of 4 flag, Bradley Roose.
That he does. Instantly re-breaks the throw there of David Cameron. Now we'll have the throw in 2 of the 3 legs if he needs them to get the job done and get his first points. And, well, on the first 2 laps of fixtures, it's everyone beating everyone. No one really able to take this group by the scruff. Evo will get his chance
83.
to be the first player to double down on victories against Michael Huntley next. But this one may not be over. We know David Cameron's got the quality and the fight.
95. $140. 62.
Will persevere when he puts one below that treble 20, Bradley Roose, and he's
85.
put into good effect there with the second dart, but then sort of trying to bend it round and lost the line.
140.
Still very much in his gift here. We saw Cameron win 4-1. Is he about to lose 4-1?
100.
That was a big last start as well there. Just keeps himself firmly in control of the leg, and that is the worst possible time for a
40.
bounce out. Bradley
require
will be
93.
expecting to get 6 darts from here. It's not a guarantee.
Well, double 10 will win it
Game shot,
in 3,
unmatched,
and that's what he
Bradley
does. A
Roose.
4-1 win, wins it by 3, Bradley Roose, and he enjoyed that one. The Dutchman off the mark in Group A. David Cameron, well, he won his first match 4-1, but in his second game, he's gone down by the same scoreline. Roose gets the result. First victory for him this week at the Super Series. He lost to the Dutchman Ivo Leeksma in his first match, and he's back in action next. Michael Huntley, the opponent, after the break. Welcome back. Game 6 about to get underway under the bright lights on the big stage here at the MODUS Super Series, and it is Mr. Michael Huntley who is in action, looking to get off the mark and get everybody off the mark from the first 6 games here. To do that, you'll have to get the better of Ivo Leeksma, the Dutchman who beat his compatriot Bradley Roose in the opening encounter for the two Netherlands natives. Roose has since gone on to pick up points against David Cameron, and if Huntley wins this game, every single player will have 1 win from 2 games. Expect the unexpected. Matthew Edgar alongside me, Chris Murphy, to talk you through each game today, has predicted that this group will be unpredictable.
Not surprised to see a market move though already. That coming on Evo. He did play very good, solid darts in that opening game, where for Michael Huntley, I mean, the easiest thing to do is tell you that he was 10 points worse off in the averages than his opponent, and that was in defeat. So had he won, it may have even been a little bit lower because the extra darts he'd needed to have thrown. But it was the way in which Michael Huntley's darts was landing in that game with McEwan. He didn't seem to have much control. There was landing in the board at different angles and clear signs of early nerves there. But so looking a little bit firmer in the action here in the opening exchanges of this one.
$96.
But absolutely no surprise to see that move on Evo. I think there's going to be a few moves on him throughout his campaign here. He was a player not many people knew too much about, but I'm not surprised to see him already making a claim. 12 darts thrown, and he's left a double. Looking at getting an early break of throw here.
128.
A player that's played in the last 2 Seniors World Championships.
Game shot on the first leg, Ivo Leeksma.
Looking good. Evo off to the perfect start.
Second leg, it's Evo to throw first.
14 dart break. Huntley left to muse. What went wrong? A lot going right for this man at the moment.
125.
Do you know what? That last dart was thrown totally differently to the first 2. You could see it. Almost expecting it to go in rather than making it go in.
100.
I think sometimes you see that with the players that don't quite have the experience. When they've got the 120 points in the board, it's almost like, I'm happy with 120 points. It almost doesn't matter where this dart goes. And as you sort of go through the levels, you realise that you can't
45.
Get away with just slinging a dart in the board. Every dart counts when you start working up to what this is, an
93.
international platform, and then if he wants to go further on to the pros, it's just the difference between the levels. When you're playing in your counties, your Super Leagues, your vaults,
77.
you can get away with a 2 treble visit, and it doesn't matter if it's a 1 or a 5.
46.
I suppose these are the things we say all the time, that players get to learn, get to watch back, get to see those opportunities. A crash course in darts 99. You get here at the Super Series.
You require 157. $57.
There's again bossing a leg against Huntley. It's a really good correction.
121.
Really good stuff. It just pushes Leeksma to try and take this out, which he may do with 2 tops here.
60.
Almost.
Mike, you require
almost
59.
bust that.
That was a doubling of Huntley. Oh, he didn't like that dart either. I like this. Recomposure, didn't just rush straight to the tops. Taking it as 2 parts, especially with that wayward dart. And much better doubling there from Huntley. It was 1 from 7 in his opening game.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Yeah, break back. Remember, if he wins this, everybody will have won one match. And it would have actually all been won by the player throwing first.
25.
Every single game has been won by the player who had the throw in the opening leg, and therefore the last leg, if it went the distance, which it only did once in the match featuring Leeksma when he beat Bradley Roose.
137.
Good recovery there from Huntley, who opened up with just 25 points on the opening visit.
83. 58. 100.
He's got a confident character, isn't he, Evo? Certainly got that vibe from having a chat with him this morning, and I thought, I wonder how this transfers onto the stage, and
43.
he does walk around the stage with plenty of purpose, confidence, belief. I suppose he's not really had a setback to have to
100.
deal with so far, has he? He hit the ground running. 4-3 win over Bradley in his opening game, so he only knows positivity up there.
And he's been in position in this match as well, yep. He was broken back, but he
80.
did have a half chance
Evo, you require 122.
to win that leg. He's got a half chance to win this leg here. In fact, probably more than that, because even if this doesn't go, which it won't,
54.
he's likely to come back
you
for a
require
much
158.
more makeable finish.
$134.
This is a
Evo, you
much
require
improved
68.
performance from Huntley.
66.
Yeah, and he may make it
Mike, you
count.
require 24.
2 darts squandered after a perfect first from Leeksma means Huntley gets 3 at the outer ring. Down to the bottom. And double 3
18.
not found after
Evo, you require
double
2.
6 and 12 were missed as well. So the Madhouse for Leeksma to break.
Shot on the third leg. Evo Leeksma.
Well, opportunities squandered for both, but Evo, the
Fourth
man who
leg,
gets
it's
over
Evo
the
to throw
line.
First. Game on.
Huntley with plenty to ponder. This is how a day can start getting away from you, because
100.
the missed doubles in this one, it won't just be now he's thinking of, he'll be thinking of it's happened again, because he'd have felt he had more opportunities in the previous game
41.
against Jim McEwan, where he lost 4 legs to 1 in his opening lap of fixtures, and you start telling yourself a story. My doubles are letting me down today. If I can start hitting doubles, I'm having opportunities. But then, instead of playing a game of darts, you're playing against that story you've told yourself, and he'll go in the back room, he'll start
100.
practicing at doubles rather than doing his normal routines, and you sort of get drawn away from it.
140.
But right now, I'm getting completely drawn into Evo here. I'm really impressed with what we're seeing here. At just his second game on the stage.
100. Evo, you require 121. $79.
He's in a very, very strong position now. Leeksma 42 after a dozen darts. It's a
45.
really scrappy leg
Evo, you
from
require
Huntley.
42.
Second 40-something score of it.
Game shot on the fourth
And
leg.
Leeksma
Evo
wins this.
Leeksma.
Fourth leg.
Fifth leg. It's
Would
Mike
be
to
top
throw
of the
first.
table after everyone had played a
Game
couple
on.
of games if he wins one more. Averaging over 89.
100.
This is the end of the second cycle of fixtures. In lap 3, he would actually be taking on the favourite to win the
93.
week. But someone I'm not sure of today, he'll be taking on Jim McEwan. Huntley takes on David Cameron. Bradley Roose takes on
140.
John Michael. That's your next cycle of fixtures.
115. 60. $134.
Beautiful switching. Just not quite the same in terms of the counting.
105.
I still think you fancy his chances from here. Huntley's only found one double from 4 attempts. No guarantee he'll even get a dart double from 96.
93. Mike, you require 96.
Could have made it easy for himself by going the 19s rather than the 13s there.
56.
Would have been guaranteeing himself
Evo,
2
you
darts at
require
double had he done that.
66.
But he gets that anyway, and it's double 18, double 9.
57.
Gets away from him.
Mike, you require
Huntley stays
40.
in it.
Thought that was in. This is where down the local they'd get the fishing rods out and be reeling him back. Another one right on the wire.
Game shot on a fifth leg.
Just had to be
Mike
there,
Huntley.
didn't it, for Huntley? 2 really well thrown darts. But this is the leg.
Sixth leg. It's
Evo,
Evo
yes,
to
he's
throw
had
first. Game on.
2 darts already. But this will be the one he'll be expecting the opportunity to get the game done in.
108.
And a beautiful start. Whenever you got to throw your kickoff with a 180, you feel it's virtually job done.
He's evidently got some talent.
85.
This Dutch darter. And now he's producing brilliance
99.
right at the perfect time.
Well, there's nothing Huntley can do now. It's all about Evo. Even a 180 for Huntley
60.
still puts him behind the pump. It's literally pray for mistakes if you're in the Michael Huntley camp, and there are no mistakes coming. This is a
140.
brilliant potential final leg from Evo. Just 9 darts thrown. Leaves himself 2 darts away from the match. Fantastic darts.
Yeah, potentially 11 darts to the
60.
bullseye.
Evo, you require
And double 16
82.
will get him that. Well, he does end up on double 16
Shot
for a
and the
12
match,
darter
Evo
to
Leeksma.
close out a classy performance and a second victory. He's the only player to get 2 wins from his first 2, and therefore on debut will be top of the table after the first 2 rounds of fixtures here at the Super Series, and that is a super showing from Evo Leeksma. 95.39 the average, 4 out of 10 on the finishing, including that match-winning 82. And Huntley goes down for the second time as Leeksma wins for the second time. Coming up after the break, John Michael takes on Bradley Roose. Good morning, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where so far we've seen Ivo Leeksma be the only player to win both his matches. You can see there just before the break, a 4-2 win against Mike Huntley for Leeksma, following up from his earlier victory against Bradley Roose. Before that, David Cameron and Jim McEwan both got wins, and after that, Michael and Roose both got victories as well. So Huntley, the only player without a win, and Leeksma, the only player to have won both of his matches. That on debut, and one of them came against Bradley Roose, who is looking to build on what happened since. He conquered David Cameron 4-1. John Michael lost to David Cameron 4-1, but then beat Jim McEwan. This group looks like it could be one of those where all the players are pretty evenly matched. Matthew Eggers alongside me, but at the moment it is Ivo Leeksma, the debutant, who's taking it by the scruff of the neck.
I did feel he was one of those players that was going to sort of make themselves known here on the Super Series stage. There are little signs, little glimpses within the very limited amount of data we've got on Ivo.
Game on.
Because he isn't one of the players that'll travel and do the tours. Doesn't really have the time or financial backing to be able to do such. So in the 10 years he's been playing, it's been very sort of hit and miss what tournaments he can go. But when he goes to them, it tends to be quite a lot of hitting. And he's opened up very well here. He's coming up next against Jim McEwan,
100.
which I think is a very intriguing fixture. This one intriguing for different reasons, and it's sort of a real good test here for Bradley. Going up against a player like John Michael, who's held a PDC tour card on many occasions, qualified for the World Championship on
81.
many occasions. Sort of like the person that Bradley Roose wants to be next, isn't it? It's like the next step in his journey to
92.
be in the position that John Michael was.
$60.
May well be, despite the fact that
97.
Leeksma has been the most productive player in terms of points. Michael has played well today. Actually plays Leeksma in the very last
Johnny
match
Require,
of the day.
104.
That could be one to watch. He obviously doesn't like the lie there. His darts do sort of lay down
56.
and would have blocked that target. Could have come away, to be fair.
Absolutely
sublime setup
Johnny
shot
Require,
that from Bradley
48.
Roose. Just to put pressure on this 48 for Michael, who wants double 16 to complete it. And now double 8.
Game shot on the first leg.
Nice
John
last
Michael.
dart from the deadly Roose.
Second leg. It's
Good
Bradley
thinking
to throw
there from
first.
Bradley as well, because you saw the temptation just to carry on and hit the 180. Now, there are players out there that would have done that anyway. Some people just hit the max,
140.
get down to whatever it is, because certainly in that situation, it would have made the noise. Jack Garwood, our referee, would have given us the big 180 call.
140.
Certainly a tactic you see a lot when people have a crowd with them.
Just looking here at the angle of entry for each player. They're very
57.
different. Roose's dart standing up more than most players, meaning that a dart above the bed is good for him.
46.
You could see there from John Michael, a dart above the bed blocked it. He had to switch.
A lot of people will throw a propeller dart with the
56.
finger and the thumb, where you see the grip for Bradley, that sort of throwing finger coming just over the top of the dart. Just make it stand a little bit more upright. You see it almost coming off it on the backswing there, the finger pointing up into the air. So ends up holding it more with the
100.
middle finger, which will just make the point nosedive a little bit more.
81. Bradley require 148.
Well, this is absolutely excellent stuff.
120.
It ends up being a setup
Johnny
though, rather
required
than a
94.
checkout, and it might not be a leg one. Brilliant bull hitting today, but the big number is missed.
62.
Not for the
Bradley
first time.
required 28.
This is tricky. May have to go high.
14.
Don't know if he could have forced one in
Johnny
there.
require 32. Game shot on his second leg, John Michael.
The hand is up. The apology from John Michael. He felt that was a
Third leg,
leg
it's
that
John to
maybe
throw
had
first.
let him go.
Game on.
But instead he gets the breaker throw. Doesn't matter how they come, John. Get them in the can.
140.
Probably the most consistent performer of the two laps of fixtures, John Michael.
100.
Despite the fact he's only picked up one of those victories. But his day, his fortunes completely turned around when he picked a monstrous 1-5
41.
finish. 1-3-5 finish. Out of the lockup.
I think it may well all build to that last match between Michael and Leeksma today as the two protagonists in this
100.
group. Following this one, Leeksma will be back in action against Chucky Jim McEwan.
49.
Then David Cameron up against Mike Huntley, who is yet to pick up any points.
$140. $96. Bradley, you require 161.
2 visits for the 161.
$41.
But has only managed to chip off 41, and Michael might be getting away with it again here. Bradley Roose is dishing out gifts.
140. Bradley, you require 120.
Oh,
73.
well, he
John, you
we
require
spoke about the way his
35.
darts stood up, and that's why he
shot
ended
on
up
the
going
third
for 2
leg,
bullseyes,
John Michael.
blocking the target. But in the end, it's Michael 3-0 up. Bradley Roose in
Fourth
trouble.
flag, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned about him giving out gifts, and
95.
I was toying with the idea of going down this line, but I think we went down this way last time we worked together as well, and I think I made you physically sick. I was going to say, does that make John Michael the
140.
Grinch then?
Yeah, we're not going to go down that road this time.
140.
We'll do palm trees rather than pine trees.
100.
So I did get confused a moment ago. As John Michael just sort of retrieves his darts, and you just get the flash of the back of his
81.
shirt. It actually looks like it says Bradley Roose until you look closely.
$43.
It's not far off, is it?
$45.
Deadly Rose, the nickname of John Michael. I've never really got to the bottom of that one, have you?
58.
No.
Bradley, you require 140.
That might be one that we may need some help with from our viewers. Please do get in contact if you know the meaning behind
40.
the nickname.
John, you require
John Michael, the
160.
Deadly Rose.
We've seen in the last couple of legs the trouble with the positioning of the darts in the board from Bradley. Had to go bull after blocking the treble, then
100.
blocked it and actually collided,
Bradley,
ended up with a
require
dart on the
100.
floor. And if he doesn't get it right this time, it could well be a whitewash defeat. Again, having to do something
John, you require
unorthodox to try and get the job done. That'll be out of the way for Michael. And
Game
that
shot
is the
and the
way
match. John
to win a
Michael.
match. 4-0. He dishes out the hammering of Bradley Roose, who actually had the same amount of darts at double as John Michael in that match. He was none from 5. John Michael was 4 from 5, 80%. He takes Bradley to finishing school and doubles his tally in this group, meaning he now goes top of the table temporarily. But Ivo Leeksma is looking to continue an unbeaten start to life at the Super Series when he takes on Jim McEwan next. Right then, the middle match of the day features Messrs McEwan and Leeksma, who are just making sure that they know whose water is whose. That's wise after some things we saw at the weekend at the European Tour. Leeksma, though, he has been tasting victory. That's all he's tasted so far at the Super Series. A 4-3 win against his fellow Dutchman Bradley Roose, followed by a 4-2 success against Mike Huntley. As for Jim McEwan, the day started well by beating Huntley 4-1, but he was beaten by John Michael, who's since got his second win of the day and is tied on 4 points with Leeksma, who has this game in hand.
It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Straight in. Jim McEwan, who, if you are just joining us, had a bit of a
100
overnight drive to get here and will be wanting to make the best of Monday
59
before getting some rest, ready to be at his best on Tuesday and Wednesday.
He was hampered by his own brilliance, really, wasn't he? Going over to the Isle of Man before coming here, reaching the final, which meant he had to stay until Sunday night in order to participate.
85.
Get his ranking points and his prize money. And then, well, if you include the ferry and the 5-hour drive, it was then a 9-hour travel to get here to Portsmouth with just an hour to spare before doors opening time. So, as the day goes on, we may see him just start to wane a little bit. I don't think he's had time to check into the hotel yet, has he?
100.
You mentioned a good point earlier about falling into that trap. It's almost like the
97.
jet lag scenario, isn't it? Where you've just got to sort of power through, and we'll hopefully see him refreshed and well, ready for tomorrow. But as group favourite, he just wants to stay in touching distance.
40.
Which might actually work in well with him, and the fact that no one's ran away with this group as such and started picking off the early wins, certainly out of those favoured runners.
93.
They lost in the quarter-finals of the Masters, but went on to win the Classic.
100.
Some interesting names in that tournament as well. Darren Webster, who was here
58.
recently playing WDF
Jimmy
stuff,
requires
reached the
76.
semi-finals, lost out to Jim McEwan, who started his day today with a 76 checkout in 2 darts on double 8.
Game shot on a first
Does
leg.
exactly the same
Jim
thing
McEwan.
in his 3rd match.
Second leg, it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
Jeff Smith as well, taking part in the Isle of Man.
60.
Like a double act, them two, aren't they? Jeff Smith and Darren Webster. I remember actually when Darren Webster put up Jeff Smith when he came over here, he gave him a place to stay, and
28.
he had him mixing cement and things for him. Darren Webster, one of those people that, even at his peak, never really wanted to stop
58.
working. Didn't really like the lifestyle of the professional darter, and he'd be playing the World Match Play one week, and the next week he'd be fitting out a bathroom.
He has got himself in some pickles in his darting career as well,
100.
hasn't he, Darren Webster? Not least here at the Super Series. Yeah, there's been a few situations.
134.
That one left a bad smell on stage. Also had one at, was it Willie O'Connor, the Watergate scandal at the Grand Slam, when Darren Webster said if he didn't like, if he intentionally
140.
spilt water, if he wanted to do that, he would have poured it over his head and all over his dart case.
97.
He also once got hurt a case of mistaken identity in a football derby between Barnsley and Sheffield United. Walking out after losing at a Pro Tour and got headbutted by a football fan. Well, football hooligan.
$100. Jimmy require 100.
Jim McEwan looking to dish out the blows here. May look at 2 tops.
$60.
That was the intention, but now Leeksma has 2. Well, should have had 2. Should have had 2. Oh, he doesn't get any. What's he doing? Well, it's gone from bad to worse to just ridiculous.
22.
He's been so solid all day
Jimmy
as well.
require 40.
And I don't even think he knew what he was trying to leave there. I think he's just
Shot
tried
on a
to
second
throw in
leg,
the odd
Jim
area.
McEwan.
Yeah, McEwan can't quite believe that
Third
he
leg,
could
it's
break
Jim to
through
throw
that
first.
easily.
Game on.
Opponent on 52 does not get a dart double. McEwan did lead 2-0 the match that he lost. So he's been in this position in every game so far, Jim McEwan. 1-1, lost 1.
45.
Those golden arrows with that royal blue.
100.
It's a contrasting styles and speeds this game as well,
60.
isn't it?
Maybe that might be one of the reasons as to why Evo is certainly struggling a lot more in this game than he has in the others. By far the
100.
worst performance we've seen from him so far here at the Super Series, and it's come at a worse time playing against a player that he could really have
60.
sort of put in trouble.
Yeah, McEwan will be very, very happy with how this game is going. He just looks a little unsettled, doesn't he, in a way that we haven't seen before today, Leeksma.
56.
He's not really recovered from it either. There's two ways it can knock you out your stride a bit, or you can say, oh, it's a little bit embarrassing, it can't get any worse from there.
100.
But that's a way to recover it. Hasn't found a treble in his first 9 darts and then fills it up. Puts himself back in the leg, potentially back in the match.
Even when he hit the treble 20, though, he was reacting in an almost negative fashion. It didn't affect the
95.
darts, obviously, that followed.
Evo, you require 156.
But it was a pessimistic response.
$78. Jim, you require
Options here for
95.
McEwan. Treble 19 would leave double 19.
$60.
Jim McEwan's turn to
Evo, you
throw a
require
wayward one in there.
78.
So can Evo actually get down to a double this time? He didn't from 52.
Tops.
58. Jim, you require
McEwan.
35.
Where's he going here? May look at an 11. He only really uses a handful of doubles on the board. Double 12's one of them.
23.
Didn't get near it. The first dart was a long way
Evo,
above,
you
and then he
require
over-adjusted,
20.
overcompensated. Feels the shoulder afterwards. Might be feeling the heat after this.
10.
Just not there for Leeksma either.
Jim, you require 12.
He's had his opportunities, hasn't he? Came for 52, didn't take that. He's had 2 visits there to polish off the 78.
Game shot on the third leg. Jim McEwan.
McEwan just stumbles over the line.
Fourth leg. It's Evo to throw first. Game on.
Well, you wouldn't think Jim McEwan was 3-0 up when you have a look at that picture.
He's rubbing his eyes. We mentioned the
100.
tiredness.
$83. $30.
Games like this just make you more and more edgy because
125.
you constantly feel like you're being presented with an opportunity and you feel eventually they're going to start running out, and that might now
58.
be the case for Evo, who, despite throwing 3 extra darts, is behind on the scoreboard.
$95.
Has generally been
43.
kind of quite surprisingly in a day of a group that seems very, very closely matched. It's been a day of one-sided results. 3-4-1s,
98.
a couple of 4-2s, and this could be a couple of 4-0s back-to-back. Michael beating Roose
100.
without losing a leg.
Jimmy require
McEwan now looking to do the same against the other Dutchman in the group.
Evo not really providing much more resistance.
Another one to win it.
80. Evo, you require 170.
Needs to do the biggest finish of them all. Won't. So McEwan.
60.
3 darts. Our target
Jim,
has
you
been hitting
require
quite well
20.
today.
Double 5 can't come inside. That looks like a decent guide for McEwan.
15.
But he's overdone
Evo,
it.
you require 110.
Completely lifted the arm there on that one. Didn't throw it through to the board at all.
Good adjustment. Double 18.
92.
McEwan was nodding. He thought it was going.
Jim, you require 5.
He now has to clean up the remainder. Goes 3 for double 1.
Three. Evo, you require 18. No
How
score.
many chances does he want? That's 8
Jimmy
darts
require
at a double
2.
now without response.
How high does he pitch this first dart?
Game shot.
High in the
match,
bed.
Jim McEwan.
And McEwan gets the win, a 4-0 win as well, against the previously undefeated Evo Leeksma, who just found it tough going against Chucky. Could not find a way into the match despite missing 8 darts at double. McEwan missed 12 across the game, but he manages to kind of scrap out a 4-0 win. Seems a strange thing to say, but that's the way the game went, and that's the way the day's going for Jim McEwan. But he has got 2 victories out of 3. The same for the man he's just beaten, and the same for John Michael. Coming next, looking to join them with that record, David Cameron, who faces the winless Mike Huntley. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we seem to have a quite close group on our hands, despite the fact that none of the matches have been particularly close. In fact, only one of them has gone all 7 legs. That was Ivo Leeksma against Bradley Roose in Game 3. As for this pair, well, David Cameron has won one of his 2 games. He won it 4-1. He lost his other game 4-1 to Bradley Roose, and the only really miserable man in Group A so far is Mike Huntley, who hasn't won a game at all yet, losing 4-1 to Jim McEwan and then 4-2 to Ivo Leeksma. Can that change here? Can he conquer Cameron, or will Excalibur put another player to the sword?
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
It was an improved performance from Huntley in fixture 2 from fixture 1. But still,
83.
a little concern about the control of the weight of the dart at times, just kicking out to the left, kicking out to the right.
123.
I don't mean where they land, and more about how they land in the board.
$95. $97.
All well thrown darts, all just that slight kick out to the left, which is what he'd like. That's why he has that set up with the slim flight combination.
100.
I see that one then kicking the other way, and probably
55.
no surprise to you, Matthew, that that was the dart that was wayward.
And the one which you saw the facial expressions of the wincing there from Huntley. I think that's just the thing he's got to work on in his game, because it's not the first time I've watched Huntley and had this sort of
59.
observation around him. Maybe just look at the length of the dart. Maybe we could take a little bit off that, or as we see now with a lot of these setups that are available, maybe just a little bit
41.
more wingspan on the flight.
David, you require 164.
Well, one player who used to have a bit of a problem with that sort of erratic entry
60.
angle was Danny Noppert about 3 or 4 years ago, and him putting that right coincided with him really elevating himself up the rankings. Of course, went on to win the UK Open.
78. David, you require 104. Game shot of
That's
first
a nice,
leg,
neat finish
David
from Cameron.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
You worried yet for Huntley?
Yes, I think I was
77.
after the first game. Just that lack of control over the equipment. A lot of the time it's how
60.
they're going, because if they're going right, eventually you know you're going to get the result if you just keep doing the right things and keep doing the same things. But when you're looking for something, what you end up doing is you spend time up there rather than playing the game of darts. You try to work out the mechanics of
23.
your throw. You try and think, right, what do I do that works? How do I hold the dart? How do I stand? What if I stand with my foot slightly this way? Maybe I hold the dart here, and then you hit like a 140 and you go, right, that was it.
100.
Now I've just got to keep doing that, and you end up trying to replicate something rather than just playing the game, and you get so far down a rabbit hole.
140. $100.
Cameron just carries on. Very little deviation in anything he does every time you watch him.
57.
How's that little twist, that little twizzle between his
60.
finger and thumb before release? David Cameron.
46.
Can't remember if it was you actually or one of our other Premier pundits, Matt, that told me that a lot of players do that because it helps them not grip the dart too
96.
tightly,
Mike, you require 158.
which is a no-no.
I think that might have been Mason, actually, that one.
134. David, you require 85.
Double 10.
65. Mike, you require 24.
David Cameron this time gives Huntley a chance. Can he take the chance? Double 6. No, he
12.
can't.
David, you require 20. Game shot on a second leg.
And
David
Cameron punishes. And the worry will be becoming a big one.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Huntley not happy.
David Cameron, top
100.
of the CDC. That is the American and Canadian tour, which has got to have said has played a major part in the development of darts over in that part of the world, because the players that are coming through now,
60.
sort of the travelling was always the issue before, wasn't it? How far you had to go to get a good game, where now sort of putting all those top players under one roof, when you look down that list now, you can sort of see some of the names. Alex
59.
Spellman, Jacob Taylor, who have both tasted success here. Leonard Gates, who's dominating the seniors tour. Stowe Bunce, we saw go well
60.
at the Grand Slam of darts. Jim Long, Danny Lauby, now a tour card holder. Danny Baggish was a tour card holder. Larry Butler, the original world match play champion. Gary
45.
Mawson, who's a body double for Rafa Benitez. John Norman Jr., eh? What a name he is.
93.
Jules Van Dongen, Matt Campbell, all on that list. And
100.
not only are they looking at that sort of top end, getting all these top players together, they're now starting to look at academies and youth development systems as well, which,
60.
as we've seen over in the UK with the JDC, and what that's done for players such as a Luke Littler, and we're seeing now with Jensen Walker.
83.
Just what could be the next wave of darts over in America and Canada?
$135. David, you require
We're going to be seeing
114.
a couple more players from across the Atlantic in this series. One that we've seen before, one that we haven't.
Game shot on a third leg. David Cameron.
And that is an excellent outshot from Cameron, who crashes in the 114, leaving Mike Huntley to
Fourth
wonder
leg, it's
where
Mike
on
to throw
earth he's going to
first.
get a win from.
Game on. $60. $60. $123.
Could start getting desperate quite quickly here for Michael Huntley.
100.
I mean, he got a leg in his first game, got 2 in his second game. In danger of another heavy defeat here, and we know that leg difference quite often comes into play in a Group A.
95.
Certainly in the separation between who goes into Group B and C.
$81. 137. $180. Mike, you require 86.
First maximum of the game goes the way of David Cameron.
And he won't go away, will he?
72.
Michael Huntley will be thinking,
David, you require
just
80.
leave me alone. Just for a leg. But it could be 3 consecutive whitewash wins.
40.
Will only
Mike,
be
you
that
require
if Huntley
14.
can't complete this finish. Interesting way of going for that. We'll come back to it in a moment.
No score.
David Cameron in that previous visit,
David,
he
you
actually just went for
require
2 single
40.
20s. Fancied just 1 dart at tops. Now he's got 3.
Game shot.
And he only
the match,
needs 1.
David Cameron.
And Cameron completes the demolition job of the beleaguered Michael Huntley, who's yet to pick up any points. Cameron now has 4, joint with Jim McEwan, John Michael and Ivo Leeksma in winning 2 out of 3 games. McEwan can pull clear at the top of the table if he wins the next one, but if Bradley Roose beats him, then 5 players will have 4, and poor old Mike Huntley will stay bottom of the table on 0 points. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Bradley Roose is about to take on Jim McEwan in game 10 of today's 15. All the players have played 3 matches so far, and this is what's happened. Well, the last 3 have been 4-0. John Michael, Jim McEwan and David Cameron seeing off Roose, Leeksma and Huntley with whitewash wins. And that means that the table looks like this. 4 players on 4 points, and that could become 5 if Roose can get the better of Jim McEwan. And nothing to suggest that he can't as well, but poor old Michael Huntley is struggling today. He is stuck to the foot of the field with 3 defeats from his 3 games. So, McEwan, the Series 5 champion, looking now to Just get an outright lead at the top, be the first to 6. But if Roose can stop him, as I said, it will be 5 players on 4 points.
Bradley, one of the players on the wrong end of that last cycle of fixtures where all the games went to 0. It went down to John Michael in that fixture. But it's been sort of pitching himself around that mid-80 mark, which
First leg, it's
will
Bradley
be enough
to
to
throw
rival.
first. Game on.
A very inconsistent, very tired, very fatigued Jim McEwan. McEwan's made no secrets about it in that practice room.
108.
I popped down there this morning to have a chat with Jim just to see what it was like, 'cause I knew he was playing in that final over at the Isle of Man. See what the travel was like. And he was already telling everyone in there, already talking down his
78.
chances. Certainly if I was playing him in fixture 4 or 5, I think, well, he was tied at the start of the day after 3 games.
41.
He's going to be there for the taking.
$140.
Digging in deep though, Jim. Fighting hard. Did say the real key strength he's got is that sort of
41.
manufactured throw. That sight point. Certainly won't suit someone who relies on a lot of feel.
$55.
Really interesting to know how Jim assesses the day so far, because it's been a long way off his best, but he's done what he needs to do. He's got some points on the board and keeping himself in contention. 2 wins from 3 so far.
171.
But a second maximum visit here for Bradley. He opened this with the maximum, the 180. Sets it up beautifully with the 171.
140.
But it may have to go.
Bradley requires 68.
Yeah, we'll want to get a leg as quickly as possible, having lost 4 straight in his previous match against John Michael.
36.
And it didn't go. McEwan
Jimmy
gets the
require
chance.
88.
And he gets 2 darts at double 14.
Game shot on the
Only
first
needs
leg,
1.
Jim McEwan.
Bradley Roose now. Head down, head shaking.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw
Not
first.
the stylish celebration we saw from him when he got the better of David Cameron. It's the opposite story.
$83. $108.
Might be celebrating now. This man won't be. McEwan steps in to react to the 180 from Roose by hitting. I'm going to say it now, 180 of his own.
180.
Third 180 of the fixture already. 2-1 in the favour of Bradley. You may just notice
46.
on the back of the shirt here of Bradley Roose, a couple of stars. It's not just part of the design or the pattern of his shirt. They actually represent 2
58.
junior or youth world championships, whichever world you choose to use. That was the JDC World Youth Championship in 2021, and he followed that up
59.
in 2022 with a victory in the WDF World Boys Championships.
Yeah, actually, that means that he won a world championship at Ali Pali and one at Lakeside.
60.
There's something not many people have done. John Parr, Phil Taylor.
60. Jimmy require 120.
That might be it, actually.
Ali
60.
Pally and Lakeside.
Bradley, you require 156.
I think you're probably right. Can Bradley get this right?
124. Jim, you require 60.
Well, it would have been a sizable shot in more ways than one. Big moment. Jim McEwan usually picks off these kind of finishes just to hurt his opponent,
20.
but he can't do it on this occasion.
Bradley, you require 32.
Well, he needs a locksmith to enter this. Wow. Well, that's kind of what he could see from his original position. He's moving across to try and open it up.
No score.
And it was a good go, wasn't it?
Jim, you require 40.
It was a mighty fine effort, but clattering into the equipment and the frustration there from Bradley, who feels this leg may have gone.
$30.
But he gets another go.
Bradley, you require 32.
Tops just isn't working for McEwan today. Normally his
Game shot on the second
secret
leg.
weapon is
Bradley
becoming his
Roose.
kryptonite. He's got part of the celebrations. I mean,
Third leg.
that was
it's Bradley to throw
kind of a
first.
Bob Anderson finger
on.
point. We've had kind of the Brendan Dolan helicopter and kind of the Bob Anderson finger point. Maybe that's going to be
100.
Bradley's thing. He's going to do other players' celebrations at about 50%.
$180.
That's a 100% accuracy from Jim McEwan, the fourth maximum of this match. Followed by
140.
the fourth 140 of this match.
$123.
Could you imagine doing a celebration like the Dean Winstanley 9-darter celebration at
60.
50%?
$30.
And that doesn't even leave a finish. Bradley got an opportunity here. Needs to find a treble though.
85. $58. Bradley, you require
So to lead.
116.
Well, he's got other options here. Does not have to persevere.
60. Jim, you require 110. $86.
He leaves
Bradley,
it
you
handy.
require 56.
But he's got to survive. 2 darts from Bradley.
Game shot on the third leg.
Doesn't survive
Bradley
one.
Roose.
Nice clean finish there from Bradley Roose. Takes the lead for the first time in this match.
Fourth leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
All got a bit staccato this game.
22.
And it's because both players probably feel that they're struggling a little bit.
Average just sort of around the mid-80 mark for both.
57.
For Bradley playing above his sort of 12-month seasonal stats. Just sort of shows the level of expectation he has on himself.
140.
I mean, a lot of the, I mean, it's decent averages, but a lot of it came in the early part of this game, didn't it? We saw 4 180s in no time at all. And now we're just
42.
seeing a lot of scruffy stuff. Oh, Bradley will be putting his head in his hands when he sees that. In fact, you better not do that. They'll be covered in Brill cream.
$80.
A great visit from McEwan. We've seen 2 maximums from the Scotsman and now 171, which is every bit as good as.
$30. $80. Jim, you require 138.
Quite a few darts on the floor today, Bradley, and you can see that it's something that's been on his mind a little bit over the... Oh, hold on a minute.
126.
We saw what a big finish did for John Michael earlier on when he took the 135. It completely changed his fortunes. Jim McEwan just dropping it low again on one of those high doubles.
60. Jim, you require 12.
Double 6 then. For parity, double 3. Now what does he do here? He's going for it, it looks like. He might be better.
9.
I was gonna say he might be better busting it. And now he's left himself 3 in bits. Don't think he even looked across to see what Bradley was on at all.
There's another, and there's the reaction. This is a story that's been plaguing him for some time, you can tell. Because it's really
21.
starting to get to him now.
Jim, you require 3. No score.
Oh, wow.
Bradley,
Well, I
you
think
require 161.
what happened then, I think that Jim McEwan never looked to see what Bradley was on originally. Then, when he was waiting for Bradley, he looked and saw what he was on and thought, what have I done? And then as he's approaching the hockey, he's thinking that, ends up chucking that dart into the big 20.
89.
What's he going to hit now?
Jim, you require 3.
Double 1, treble 1? Or just a single 1 he needs? Single 1. Now for double 1. This is a leg he should have won last week.
No score.
He might not win it at all.
Bradley, you require 72. $52.
Well, Roose has not robbed the leg yet.
Jim, you
McEwan's made a
require
mess
3.
here. Can he clean it up?
Dropping low means he's got to get that single 1 in again, which again gives him the obstacle to have to try and work around.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Does
Jim
so
McEwan.
on this occasion. Stumbles over the line there. That will be one that Bradley will feel has got
Fifth flag,
away.
it's Bradley to throw
Massive
first.
opportunity there to
Game
break
on.
the throw.
One of those legs that you won't even feel like he won. You'll be so annoyed with the way that
100.
panned out. The only good thing is that he did win it. Remember, it is a game that will determine whether or not McEwan will have the outright lead in the table or whether 5 players will all have 4 points.
140.
Bradley Roose currently trails on 2 points. Leeksma, Michael, Cameron and McEwan, who all have 4. And Mike Huntley doesn't have any from his first 3 games of the week.
44. 100.
Appears to be back in the groove temporarily here, Jim McEwan. Doesn't strike you as a character who's in this game though. Just
108.
watching both parts there, watching Bradley pile in the 180 and I'm watching Jim McEwan at the back, just body language not good. But then again, what do you expect from a man who's
60.
had 0 hours sleep since playing his Isle of Man final last night?
Don't
41.
get the sense that either player is enjoying this game. Putting themselves through tungsten torture. And it's a game that's had highlights. 5 maximums in it, a 171.
Bradley
Just a
required
lot of
136.
scrappy stuff in between. At the wrong times as well. Can we have something magnificent at the right time here from Bradley Roose?
No score.
It's not, it's another real mess.
Jimmy requires
He's busted.
62.
When you stood behind that as well, you absolutely love that situation.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Jim McEwan.
He's a leg away, and he will have the throw in the deciding leg. Well,
6th
not
leg,
the
it's Jim
deciding
to
leg,
throw
but
first.
what could be
Game on.
the critical leg here for this fixture.
Yeah, not deciding, but could be decisive.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Well, we know what Bradley was trying to do in the previous leg.
140.
It's been one of those days for Bradley Roose so far. Some good scoring, some decent finishing, but has never really managed to gel it all together.
$81. $108.
That's now 4 in this match for Bradley Roose. A match he might lose.
$60.
There you see the high scoring in the game is remarkable from the two of them. Just been some moments of
100.
madness. McEwan leaving that 3. Roose busting the 136. Six 180s between them, and
83.
McEwan also had a 171. It's a 121 that Roose wants here.
It's been a good leg for Bradley, who
Jim, you require
had to bounce back after
137.
having his throw broken after busting a 136. Will have a chance to take us all the way. Take us to a deciding leg where he would throw first. But it may only just be the one shot at 64 here, because McEwan doing some mathematics, trying to make sure he leaves himself on the best possible outshot.
81.
He was trying to leave tops.
Bradley requires 64. $32.
Well, he got double 16 when he didn't want it in the
Jimmy
previous
required
leg. He doesn't
56.
get it when he does want it in this leg. And Jim McEwan will get 2 darts at his favoured double. Okay, one of his favoured doubles to get the job done here. Oh, it was a balmy bout.
Game shot.
Brilliance
Jim McEwan.
and madness in equal measure in that match. But it's a match that McEwan wins, and a win that takes him to the top of the table. He's now got 3 victories from his 4 games, despite playing through the pain barrier apparently. But he's managed to brush away Bradley Roose. A 4-2 success for McEwan. The scoring in that game was remarkable. 6-1-80 shared. There was a 1-7-1 in there as well from Jim McEwan, plus another 5 2-treble visits from him, and he gets the job done. 4-2 in a game that had lots of bizarre moments, including that bust 1-3-6 from Roose. He will return to take on Mike Huntley in his last match. McEwan will be in action against David Cameron, but Huntley faces John Michael after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where John Michael, the best player from Greece, is about to take on the so far pointless Mike Huntley, who's had a disastrous start to his campaign on week 3 of Series 7. If he goes down again, Michael will join McEwan on 6 points after Jim got the better of Bradley Roose in a balmy bout before the break. Will it be Michael or Michael that wins this game? Let's find out in the company of myself, Chris Murphy, and Matthew Edgar.
John Michael has been by far the most consistent player of anybody today, certainly in terms of the range of the performance. And realistically, we probably shouldn't be surprised by that, due to the fact that he does pose the greatest darting CV, shall we say, of
98.
The players here, and the time that he's spent on the Pro Tour, where consistency is vital. Without consistency, you'll be back at your hotel room by 12:30, or 1:30 these days with a later start.
140.
And not just all those wins in his home country as well.
95.
To get that winning feeling so often must be an advantage, a mental edge.
60.
Here's an interesting question, and please do again get involved on our social media channels at MSS Darts.
140.
What do you think is the average required to be a professional dart player?
Well, yeah, it is an interesting question, and my guess would be that it's a lot lower than most people would answer.
140.
Oh, how many
Johnny
people
require
average put 100
126.
into that question? Absolutely not.
53. Mike, you require 63.
Well, Huntley doesn't care about averages or anything like that. All he cares about
Game
is
shot on a first
legs.
leg, Mike Huntley.
And then turning them into points. And he's won the first in this one with the 15 dart holder
Second
throw.
leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
To be a professional player, I would say
100.
mid-80s. To be a successful professional player, I'd say low to mid-90s.
Yeah, 91 to 92
45.
is sort of the mean sort of average, but then those players that win more than they lose and are sort of pushing up towards the top
100.
32, they break that 93 barrier, which means you're teetering at sort of 15 point something darts. So you're sort of jumping between 5 visits and 6 visits,
140.
where when you're sort of 93 to 83, you're sort of relying more on a 6th visit to the board rather than
83.
including more 5 visits. So anything over a 93 will have you pushing towards the top 32.
Yeah, and considering
85.
that there are 128 professionals, that's putting you in the top, or almost in the top quarter. And if you were averaging a player that can average
58.
sort of mid-80s, it's certainly worth just keeping persevering, having a go at the ADC comps, trying to get here to the Super Series, having a punt at Q School, and if you can add a
60.
few points to that, it also
Johnny
shows,
require
doesn't it, how small the
160.
margins are.
Well, if you are that mid-80s sort of range that you talk about, you're going to get opportunities.
40.
There might be 70, 80, 101, 100, them sort of shots where you might only get a dart or a double, but you're going to get a chance.
Still rules me out, I'm afraid, Matthew.
131. John, you require 120.
Treble would have left double.
60.
Huntley gets a chance here then.
Mike, you require
It
40.
was a 15 dart hold. Now he's looking for that 16, 17 or 18 that we were just talking about.
Game shot on a second leg, Mike Huntley.
It's when you look at those sort of patterns of play behind the numbers, isn't it? Because that there, right within that block,
Third leg, it's Mike to throw
he'd
first.
taken that out. He had
Game
an
on.
83 average for that leg. Had he took it out with the first dart, he'd have had a 93 average. So that's why it all lives within that block. But realistically, he had the same level of control hitting it with the third dart as he did the first.
Yeah, that's why maybe some stats can be misleading.
44.
Visits to win legs potentially more of a true reflection than actual averages, because there's a massive difference between a 13 darter and a 15 darter in terms of the average.
But not in the functional control of the fixture.
140.
I do get involved. As Matt says, the chat is open on YouTube. Keep it clean. Keep it sensible. If you've got any questions, you've got a direct line into the
45.
comms box. You can also reach us at MSS Darts. I've got the X app open.
140.
The midday siesta appears to be over at Airport. John Michael getting back into this one.
46.
He's certainly picking up the pace in the way that he's moving around the stage as well. Maybe a little bit of frustration eking into his game.
125.
Look how quick he's motoring around the place.
96.
Down the local athletics.
Johnny require 52.
Get him on the 100 metres.
36. 120. Johnny requires 16. Game shot on the third leg, John Michael. Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $41. $123. $81.
Just looking over the results of the day, and there was those concerns over Jim McEwan, but he's actually found a way to win 3 out of his 4 games so far. Said the most important thing for Jim McEwan was just to try and stay in touch and be in the running. I would dare say if Jim McEwan wins this Group A, you may put this down to one of his
80.
greatest successes here at the Super Series, other than obviously lifting the series title and the £20,000. Sometimes the biggest battles are those ones where you win against yourself. And that is his biggest opponent so far today.
81. $137.
Well, that first start was a long way off the intended
140.
target, but the next two found it.
$130. Mike, you require 132.
Bedfellow there would have left him double 16, which is exactly what his opponent is waiting on.
92. John, you require 32. Game shot on a 4 flag, John Michael.
Always hurts so much more as well when it's the last start in hand, because you just start piquing your interest, thinking, I'm going to come back to the board, I've got an opportunity.
Game on.
And it gets snatched away. Not gone in.
140.
Michael Huntley may be throwing now to win the match.
60.
Yeah, Huntley was going so well for, but once again he's got himself in trouble.
59.
Final game will be against Bradley Roose, who is the next worst player in the group in terms of points tally.
180. $100.
Michael is piling on the misery for Michael.
60. 100. 139. Mike, you require 102.
Double 16. I would have put him a
86.
leg away from his first victory of the
John,
day.
you require 62.
Numbers wise, doesn't seem like a big shot, but he's going to get 2 darts at the double. Sat beautifully in the board there.
Game shot on a
Just
fifth leg.
squeezes
John
that
Michael.
into the bottom corner of the bed. But it doesn't matter where it goes in as long as it's in.
Sixth leg.
And a
It's
complete
John to
turnaround
first.
in this one. John
Game on.
Michael 2-0 down. Now a leg away from inflicting more misery on Huntley, who has already lost 3
140.
games so far today. Best he's managed to achieve was in fixture 2 when he got 2 legs. They came in his game against
100.
Evo Leeksma.
$60. 60. 43.
John Michael has won his last 2 games. He started off with a defeat. That was at the hands of David Cameron, but has been solid ever since.
85.
Back-to-back victories, looking to make it a hat-trick here. But won't leave a finish.
85.
A couple of trebles makes this interesting.
100.
That's enough to keep him interested.
57. Mike, you require 156.
John Michael just limping towards the finishing line at the moment.
$78. John, you require 116. 100. Mike, you require 78.
To get to 3 for the first time today.
Game shot on a sixth
Well,
leg.
he
Mike
does
Huntley.
get to 3 for the first time today, but can he get to the all-important 4? He has the darts in the decider. Only the
Seventh and
second
final
time we've
leg.
gone all
It's Mike
7
to
legs
throw
in
first.
any match today.
Game on. $45.
There's only a little bit of tension when that finishing line's come into sight.
140.
I suppose when you're on your 4th fixture of the day, like Huntley is,
60.
you've yet to really get this close to picking up a victory. Group A can soon
60.
get away from you. When we look at recent tallies, 22 points seems to be the base of the last few weeks. That would mean Huntley could only reach 22 if he won all of his games from that point.
100. $43. 60. 121.
John Michael, first to a finish. Huntley looks to be going to join him.
140.
And he'll join him on a better one.
John, you require 137.
And he will get a shot. For the first time today, Michael Huntley
68.
will approach the jockey
Mike, you require
with
96.
a chance to win a match.
$56.
It was a
John, you require
half safe
69.
dart, half safe double attempt. Maybe defensive rather than offensive.
49.
But it may not be defeat.
Mike, you require 40.
John Michael misses. Can Michael Huntley hit?
$20.
It's woe for the Welshman who
John, you
cannot
require
believe
20.
it. That's as close as he's come. And John Michael may make him pay.
Game shot and the match. John
Double
Michael.
five found. And the Deadly Rose defeats Michael Huntley, who still is without points in Group A. He missed his opportunity. 3 clear at tops, couldn't take the chance. And John Michael picks up what could prove to be a very, very valuable victory. He's won 3 from 4 and will go into his last game against Ivo Leeksma with the chance to be top of the table. David Cameron is looking to join that 6-point party next when he takes on Leeksma, who faces the same equation. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the action continues with a meeting between Ivo Leeksma and David Cameron, and whoever wins this match will join Jim McEwan and John Michael on 6 points in a really tightly contested group. this is turning out to be. Nobody really stealing a march in the league table, and some big games to come as well, because the top 4 all have to play each other in the remaining fixtures today. McEwan against Cameron in the penultimate match. Michael against Leeksma in the last match. The one between now and then will feature the 2 at the bottom of the table. And Michael Huntley hasn't got any points. He will take on Bradley Roose, who has just 1 win to his name. So
First
this is going to be
Evo to throw first.
probably a more
Game
important day for the players at the foot of the table than those at the top, because it's about whether or not they can just cling on, stay in contention. Wow.
39.
Well, what a start.
My opening question was about to be, let's see how he reacts to that poor performance of last time. Because fixture number 2, he averaged 95 and it all looked rosy. And then the last game averaged 69. He didn't get a double from 52.
60.
Made an absolute mess of it, really, against Jim McEwan, losing 4-0. Had 8 darts at the double. Should have been a lot more had it not been for a couple of mistakes along the way.
123.
Taking on someone with a bit of reputation here as well in David Cameron.
41.
Early signs not the best. Again, just a lot of shoulder in that one, and the dart just dropping violently low.
140.
Be very encouraging that for David Cameron. He'll be happy with what he's seen so far.
60. David, you require 117.
A big flyer there up by top. These are being sprayed around the board by Evo.
Game shot on a first leg.
Cameron
David Cameron
has had some nice finishes like that. A 114 in his previous win over Michael Huntley. A nice
Second leg, it's
117
David
there.
to throw first. Game on.
Against the struggling Leeksma, who's... Well, I won't
100.
embarrass him by mentioning his average, but after that leg, he was averaging 75 points less than David Cameron.
60.
There was a lot of dartboard between those opening 2 and the treble. I mean, he's keeping them straight, but he's completely lost the weight of the dart here in the hand.
58.
And you just get the sense with the players that throw like him, when it's on, it's brilliant, but when they can't find it, it becomes
85.
very erratic.
Well, he does play completely on field, doesn't he? There is no sighter as such. You'll see David Cameron bring the dart up to the eye line. Just have that sight point, even if he's not sort
83.
of looking down the barrel or looking at the point in terms of an actual aim of the dart. But this is throwing almost
59.
from the chin. All done on feel and rhythm. And if that's not in sync, this is the outcome, I suppose.
$100.
It'd actually be quite good, wouldn't it, from that first leg, just the first leg alone, to see some kind of darts heat map for those 2 players. Because Cameron's would be pretty tight
David, you require
around the targets he was aiming
160.
for. Leeksma all over the place. There or thereabouts is David Cameron.
140.
And he's already looking good to win this match.
$100. David, you require 20. Game shot on a second leg. David Cameron.
Dominant performance here from David Cameron. I mean,
Third leg. It's Evo to
statistically,
throw first.
one of the biggest
Game on.
gulfs I've ever seen in the sport. We are nearly 38 points apart.
100.
Yeah, remarkable, but it's as much Cameron's class as it is
45.
Leeksma's struggles. There he gets the slingshot right, and when he gets it right, he gets it right.
180. 108.
Well, leave it on that camera angle, please. They cannot miss. Take it off.
180 apiece.
43.
Another one here. But Cameron on a 2-darter. Anything less, and you feel Evo may get a chance to get a leg on the board.
83.
Yeah, it's just in the nick of time, this, isn't it, from Leeksma, because had he gone 3-0 down, you'd think pretty much it's game over with Cameron having the darts in leg 4.
100.
He's not won the leg yet, though he is going to get that opportunity. Cameron hasn't missed the dart at double. Doesn't want to give him a chance. Leeksma hasn't had a dart at double.
Evo, you require 78. $38. David, you require 93.
Options here for the Canadian. May start on the bullseye. Perfect. Middle to bottom to
73.
top. But could not find
you
the
require
winning
40.
double on that occasion.
$20. David, you require
It's
20.
going to feel a long time for Evo since he last hit a successful double attempt. He's going to have to
Shot
wait
on a third leg.
a bit
David
longer to
Cameron.
get another go.
Yeah, it's now 7 straight legs lost for the Dutchman after a
Fourth leg.
stellar
It's David
start to the
throw
day.
First. Game on.
Eight missed doubles in his last game against Jim McEwan. He's
83.
missed 4 here, so that's 12 darts now that he was thrown at double consecutively without getting a positive outcome.
60. $30. $60.
3 games to come. Huntley versus Roose, Cameron versus McEwan, and Michael versus Leeksma.
44.
At one point, it looked like it would be a match to see who topped the table at the end of the day, but Cameron is taking
58.
pole position. If he wins this leg, he will be top. 1 leg difference.
134.
Just see him taking a deep breath there, Evo. He's a quick thrower, but just wanted to compose himself.
60.
And I think that's something that fast throwers can get caught up in as well, that everything has to be fast. As long as your throw is the same pace all the time, you don't have to race around the stage like Dick Dastardly.
43. $43. David, you require 167.
6 darts if he needs them.
$99.
What can Evo leave on? Got to stay straight.
45.
Got to stay
David, you
straight,
require
because that is
68.
now 6 darts again. Guaranteed for David Cameron. Doesn't need to chase down the ball. And sensibly,
36.
wisely uses his full quota of 6. Just a dart away from giving Evo back-to-back 4-0 defeats.
135. David, you require 32. Game shot under match.
Cameron.
David Cameron.
Thrashes Evo Leeksma, who does suffer a second straight whitewash. Cameron capitalising on an out-of-sorts display. A really stellar showing from the Canadian, particularly in the first couple of legs. 117 checkout, got the game going, and he went on to win 4 straight legs to win his penultimate match. We have the final game for each player coming up after the break, starting with the bottom 2, Mike Huntley against Bradley Roose. Welcome back. 3 games left to go here at the Super Series on Monday. Here's a look at what's happened so far and what's left to come. And what's happened so far for Michael Huntley has been misery. He's lost all of his games. Did come close against John Michael in his last match. He ended up missing 3 clear darts at tops before losing that. He's stranded at the bottom of the table. Bradley Roose, his opponent in this next game, has just 1 win to his name. That came against David Cameron, who's top of the table on 6 points, but that really doesn't say anything because it's so close between himself, Jim McEwan, and John Michael. Ivo Leeksma on 4 in 4th place. But the bottom 2 going head-to-head, and it's about really whether or not they can stay in the fight. If Bradley Roose wins this match, he's more than in the fight. If Mike Huntley loses it, he's pretty much out of the race. Going into tomorrow, we'll have to change his ambitions in this group.
I know you shouldn't do it on day one, but I feel like those ambitions may already have to change because, say, 22 points has been the benchmark. Sometimes you get through with 20, but Huntley, who's already lost 4 fixtures already today, that means he can only get to 22 as it is, and that's regarding him winning every single one of his fixtures from this point. So, in a bit of bother. Maybe Group B might be more realistic expectations for him now.
Game on.
But he will see a little bit of opportunity here against Bradley, who's only won 1 game so far today, and only won 2 legs out of his last 2 fixtures, so may sense that this could be one that plays him back into it. It will be his first fixture tomorrow as well, as we go back through the card the opposite way, so could be a crucial head-to-head clash, this one, for both.
180.
Not a bad start. But he is firing in the maximums later on in the
58.
day. Don't know if he had a bit of lunch in the practice room, but he's been hitting 180s for fun since midday.
177.
And he's added a 177, getting rid of the treble 19, meaning 144 for a 9-dart finish.
15.
We haven't seen one
Bradley
yet this
require
year.
144.
The wait will just go on a little bit longer.
Well, those who were watching
82.
the European Tour yesterday would have seen Luke Littler hitting one in the final. That way as well.
96. Bradley requires 62.
Well, this is all Michael Huntley needs, isn't it? Against the one player who's in touching distance. He kicks off 180, 177 against him.
30.
It's not raining, it's pouring for the Welshman.
100. Bradley require 32.
Again, there's that awkward dart on the double 16. Even worse now, completely blocked off.
No score.
That's one of the dangers, I think, with the lie that Bradley gets on the board. Double 16 is obviously one of the more popular breakdowns, but he can just sort of play himself into a bit of bother.
80. Bradley require 32. 16. Mike, you require 111.
He opened with 2 maximum visits. He was on the 9-darter. He could lose the leg.
Delayed closing of the eyes, prolonged closing of the eyes
46.
from Michael Huntley because he
Bradley
knows
requires 16.
he may have missed his chance.
Game shot on a first leg. Bradley
Roose
Roose.
does get the leg in the ledger. It's not perfect, far from it, but it is a
Second
breaker
leg,
throw
it's
in the
Bradley
opening
to throw
leg, and that's all
first.
that counts.
Game on.
Well, if at first you don't succeed,
140.
but this time it's just the 140 to kick off. What he is doing, though, is piling pressure on Huntley, isn't he?
100.
Not leg by leg pressure, but visit by visit pressure.
$140. $85. $51.
That was handy, wasn't it?
Well, this would be magnificent, wouldn't it? Couple of legs if he goes 6 perfect darts at the start of one and then finishes the next
Bradley require 170.
with the maximum checkout.
$93. $100. Bradley requires 77.
Double top.
Game shot on a
2-0.
second leg. Bradley Roose.
One-man
Third
game
leg,
at the minute,
it's
this
Mike
one.
to throw first. Game on.
Again, a chasm in the averages. 14 points better. Bradley Roose. Huntley just sort of
100.
hanging around at the moment, hoping for mistakes, unless he can find a good 10 points on this.
85.
That's a sort of dart he should be following.
180.
And this is the opposite of the first two legs where Roose was out of the traps. Like the fastest greyhound there is. It's Huntley tearing away this time.
83. 58. Mike, you require
So he needs
138.
to find 10 points. He's nearly found those just in that opening 9.
Well,
126.
he lost to Keith Deller at the World Seniors Championship last year. Almost took out the famous finish, the 138.
180.
Oh, now he's under pressure.
Mike, you
What
require
is
12.
Mike made of?
Game shot on the third leg. Mike Huntley.
Well, that will make him feel an awful lot better, a little bit more hopeful. Can he avoid
Fourth leg.
a
It's Bradley to
pointless
throw first.
day
Game
on
on.
Monday at the Super Series?
$60. $81. $100. $60.
We just get to see there the
60.
real upright angle of entry for Bradley Roose. A little flatter there for Michael Huntley.
60.
That's due to the fact that he grips the dart so far back towards that stem. That's why you can throw with one of those slim flights and it not completely flatten out the dart.
108.
But that, a third maximum of this fixture for Bradley Roose. 4 in total, 3-1 in favour of the Dutchman.
100.
Yeah, and he's had a
Bradley require 101.
177 as well. This is brilliant stuff, spellbinding stuff from Bradley Roose in terms of scoring, not just this game, but the one before as well.
61.
Really good setup. Maybe signing off with his best performance yet.
100. Bradley require 40. $30. Mike, you require
May not
100.
even win the leg. The trouble for Bradley in this game has been the doubles. He's missed 9 darts at the outer ring.
60. Bradley, you require 10.
It's one of those games where you think the front 9 average and the overall average are going to have such a gap between.
$6.
Yeah, it's getting
Mike, you require
out of hand,
40.
really. Scoring has been sublime. The finishing has been faulty. But he gets away
35.
with it.
Bradley, you require 4. Game shot on the 4th flag. Bradley Roose.
A leg away now, Bradley, from
5th flag.
ending his
It's Mike
day
to
with a
throw
victory
first.
and
Game on.
2 wins from 5. He'd have wanted more, but it will certainly keep him in with an opportunity.
Well, despite a dozen
77.
darts missed at double by Bradley Roose in this match, he finds himself 3-1 up.
$100.
Big matches towards the top of the table coming up after this
24.
one. In fact, the top two will duke it out in the very next game. David Cameron meets Jim McEwan to determine who will go outright top. And then if John Michael can beat Ivo Leeksma, he will join that player
30.
on 8 points at the end of the first day's play.
$100. $57. $40.
Chance to pounce. He's already found 3 maximums.
120.
Oh, after that first start, you fancied it. It was a good effort, but clatters into the tungsten and loses the chance to leave the finish. It's not going to matter. Huntley,
22.
a long way back still. All about Bradley now. And it's looking likely he can gain himself onto 4 points and give himself some encouragement going into day 2.
60.
Indeed, looks like Mike will be out of the hunt in terms of trying to top this group and getting through to finals night, which of course is what Conor Heenahan did
26.
last week.
Bradley
and went
require
on
134.
to win the week.
$84.
I wonder. You know what I wonder, don't you?
You want to see him go for the bullseye, don't you?
Well, he wants the next dart to be his last dart of the day. He's thinking, shall I?
39.
Dare
Bradley
I?
require 50.
That might make his mind up, the fact that Huntley's not on a finish. Is it the bullseye to win it? Boring.
Game shot. Undermatch.
But sometimes
Bradley
boring
Roose.
is effective. Now Bradley Roose gets it done. Well, that celebration was worthy of that 50 finish had it been 1 dart. Did it in 2 in the end, but he did pick up his second win of the day, and a thumping one at that. A very good performance overall, but the missed doubles, well, they didn't stop him winning 4-1. 3 180s in that one. Hit 6 perfect darts early in the game as well with a 177. And Bradley Roose doubles his points tally for the day. Actually jumps ahead of his Dutch compatriot Ivo Leeksma on leg difference. Leeksma in action in the final game against John Michael. But before that, the top 2 go head-to-head. David Cameron against Jim McEwan. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on Monday, where the next game is a battle between the top two of 3 players on 6 points in the Group A table. Cameron, McEwan and Michael. And it is the players in P1 and 2 that are about to go head-to-head. Michael is going to take on Ivo Leeksma in his last match. Cameron and McEwan are about to go head-to-head now. So, which way will it go? I mean, Jim McEwan must be happy with his day, Matt, whatever happens, because when we chatted at the start of the show, 9:30 this morning, you were a little bit worried that he just might not have the energy in him to do what he's done today.
It didn't look like he did. The performance has not been that we know of Jim McEwan. It's been people have not been able to take advantage. Is that reputation maybe that Jim McEwan now carries around with him off the back of picking up a series title here, and the respect that he is given for what he has done within this game, certainly over the last couple of years, reaching a TV final on the Seniors Tour, what he's been doing on the Challenge Tour, some Pro Tour invites along the way as well.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
But he's going up against a man here who will not care less about reputations. And Jim McEwan is going to have to try and find something he's not been able to find today. One last push, Jim.
137.
That's all you need. And that's all it's going to take to get him over the line with a good day. And then he can go and finally get some well-earned rest. But for me, it's not just the tiredness that I've seen in Jim McEwan today. There's been a lot of shoulder engagement.
76.
And then a lot of reaction from him clutching at the shoulder. Maybe the high schedule of darting that he's been giving himself, maybe just giving himself
60.
a bit of wear and tear.
Yeah, well, now more than ever, players are playing just all the time, aren't they? There's no rest, and we're seeing it in much younger men than Jim McEwan.
96.
Michael van Gerwen is an example at the moment who seems to be getting played with injury. And they're not all the same injury either. Just think about the amount of darts that he's played in the last 10 years or so. Brilliant darts from David Cameron.
140. David, you require 124. $56. $87. David, you require 68.
That leaves tops.
48. Jim, you require 102.
McEwan needs the one treble to get a dart double himself. Well, it'd be a dart at the bullseye now, should he find the treble 17, which he can't do. You feel that this has been what's the problem for Jim McEwan as well today, when he's had to move around the board.
34.
Seems to be okay when he's
David,
just playing
require
in
20.
one concentrated area, but it's that board mastery that's just been off the radar today.
Game shot on the first leg, David Cameron.
Double 10 for David Cameron. Gets him the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Plenty of nations
44.
represented in this week and in this group. In fact, Dutch is the dominant nationality with the two Netherlands players, Roose and Leeksma. Got McEwan from Scotland
100.
here up against Canada's Cameron. The top player from Greece up next in John Michael. We've also got a Welshman. He's stuck at the bottom of the table.
108.
Later in the week, 5 Englishmen and another Canadian coming in. That was a great 180, by the way, from McEwan.
180.
Answered in kind.
Oh, I was getting drawn in then. I was starting
99.
to buy into the 180 festival. We had 3 in this game. 2-1 in favour of David Cameron in the maximum column. He's
81.
looking to double his lead in the legs. But McEwan, this is the sort of performance that we've been waiting for from him. Good start to this match. I suppose going into what is his last fixture of the day, you know that
140.
the road ahead's not
David,
too
you
long.
require
You've done the hard
140.
work, you've done the graft. He can go finally get checked into his hotel. Probably have a good 12 hours kip.
82. Jim, you require 38. Game shot on the second leg, Jim McEwan.
Nice start to level from Jim McEwan. All square.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $100.
This is a much improved Jim McEwan.
140.
Average up to nearly 104 in the early exchange of this. We've seen nothing like that from McEwan. He's been dwelling around the 70s most of the day.
81.
Well, he's had 3 games off. He might have had a little siesta. Go and check the practice room for hammocks.
$36.
You can imagine what Jim would have said, actually. When he got to that Isle of Man final, I bet he was like, yes, I'm in the final. Then thought, hang on a minute.
92.
How am I going to get from here to Portsmouth in time to be ready for Monday morning?
Spent a lot of time down here, Jim McEwan. He played plenty of times in
94.
the previous version of this event when it was held in Southampton, and they were shorter cycles as well, so he would often come back much more
58.
frequently. Every 4 or 5 weeks, in fact. And I think he has been in a similar situation to this.
$100. David, you require
Got away with one there, Jim
170.
McEwan. Normally on a 2-3-1, you'd expect the player to come away after a single 20.
78. Jim, you require 131. $38. David, you require 92.
Good darts. Can he complete the combo?
60.
Just pulled the last one.
Jim, you
dragged
require
it low.
93.
McEwan's got the same kind of finish in front of him. Will he do the same thing? Oh, he's gambled and it's paid off beautifully. 2 darts at double 18. Becomes 1 at double 9.
75. David, you require 32.
Miss for McEwan.
Cameron could have dodged one here.
24.
Well, he did dodge the bullet, but
Jim, you require
didn't fire
18.
back.
Game shot on the third leg, Jim McEwan.
Well, a sigh of relief there for Jim McEwan. Despite
Full flag, it's Jim to
the
throw
standards
first.
he's played, despite
Game
the
on.
tiredness, despite the fatigue, despite the aches and pains that Jim McEwan has been going through, he could leave today 8 points out of a possible 10.
55.
Yeah, and then he's at full fitness for the rest of the week if he manages himself correctly. Looking, of course, to get his title back, the Series 5 winner.
81.
He did have a bit of a disastrous defence of that title in Series 6, to be fair. He returned in Week 3, struggled in Group A, then could not get through his secondary group. And he also had another go Week 9.
82.
When he just played the 2 days in Group B as defending champion. He was afforded that extra opportunity, which is becoming a rare thing now.
140.
Used to be quite regular that players would appear twice in a series, but just so many players. On that occasion, he did get to the semi-finals, but was actually beaten by the man that he beat in the grand final of the previous series, Moreno Michels, who in turn lost out to Wayne Jones in the final.
$81. $140.
Beautiful last, just to put himself back in command of his own throat.
59. Jimmy require 84.
These kind of finishes are right in McEwan's wheelhouse. And he absolutely loves double 12.
$72.
But he can't find it.
David, you require 140.
Big ask. No answer.
60. Jim, you require 12.
Well, if you love double 12, surely you spent a lot of time over here on the sixes.
$10. David, you require 80.
Oh, most people would just bust that at that situation. Jim McEwan obviously happy with the double one, but he might not get a go.
Game shot on a full
Good,
flag.
clean
David
finish
Cameron.
there from David Cameron. Who Jim McEwan was in full control of that one.
Fifth
David
flag,
Cameron
it's
nowhere
David to
near.
throw first.
But McEwan
Game on.
offered the invitation, and Cameron said thank you very much.
I actually declined to mention that we have seen
60.
Jim McEwan on 3 weeks since his Series 5 success, because he also played, didn't he, in the first ever specials week, that double trouble week, when it was double start, double finish, and he made the final. Lost out to Neil Duff.
Did really enjoy that week, the double start, double finish week.
108.
Well, this pair are landing blows back at each other. That's the second time in the match that 180s have been returned.
Another one of those. And for the second time today, would be on the magic
140.
9, but it's not going to go.
Yeah, that looked like prime position to set up the perfect leg. Haven't had one in 2024.
140.
Jim McEwan actually has hit one himself at a Players' Championship event back in 2021. And he hit it against Raymond van Barneveld.
57. David, you require 121. $50. Jim, you require 124.
1-2-4 then. Needs one treble with his first 2 darts. He's already got that. Now he needs the bull. Oh, what a finish that is.
Jim McEwan.
And I think that Chucky felt a little lucky to have landed that single 14, because it was right in the skinny
Sixth flag,
segment
it's
of
Jim
it.
to throw first.
Having got the rub
Game
of the
on.
green, he found the red bed of the bullseye and gets himself in front. And suddenly everything he touches is turning to gold.
100.
It was a leg that started with a maximum and ended with a 1-2-4 bullseye finish for a dozen darter.
140.
And McEwan may end the day almost unbelievably, bearing in mind the backstory.
140.
Top of the table. He's had to cross land and sea, travel through the night. Shaking off the tiredness, shaking off the shoulder trouble, and shaking off most of his opponents.
It's good to see an
80.
encouraging performance from him as well, because it's all right leaving with positive results, but if you don't feel positive, if you don't feel like you've played well, it can still be a negative.
140.
Whereas this, a performance that we know Jim McEwan, we expect now from Jim McEwan.
$46.
But he
David,
did
you
break the
require
throw.
121.
A few legs ago, then gave the throw straight back. He's in danger of the same happening again.
62.
Or can he dig out another
Jimmy
big
require
finish? We've just seen him pop out the 1-2-4. He finished on the ball on that occasion. This time he's going to start or attempt to start on that target. David Cameron now knows 2 darts to take us to a deciding leg, of which he would throw first.
41. David, you require
It looks
59.
like this one may be going all the way.
Game shot and a
It
sick
is.
flag. David
And
Cameron.
as Mr. Edgar rightly says, Cameron will have the advantage of the throw.
7th and final leg. It's
McEwan
David to
shakes
throw
his head
first.
after such a golden spell to find himself in this position. But a
58.
tremulous turn from his opponent opens the door early on for McEwan.
$100.
That was the bare minimum response.
$136.
Now the bare minimum is to match a 2 treble turn. Did like David Cameron's understanding there of his
60.
position in the leg and his dart's behaviour, deciding to switch after the first dart was in the treble 20, much like that. Meant that a 140 when he come back. Left to finish, and this is a great closing leg. McEwan needs a lot now to leave himself on a checkout.
$134. David, you require 167.
Didn't need to go. Just purely a set-up shot, this one for Cameron.
97.
Leaves it handy. Should go at least a dart for the match. But he's looking over at the scoreboard with interest and intent.
95. David, you require 70.
It's 2 darts.
Game shot.
Only
and the
needs
match,
one,
David
and Cameron clinches it. It was a really good match against McEwan, a proper darting ding-dong, which is nicked in the last leg decider by David Cameron. Both players averaging in the mid-90s there, as you can see, 94.49 for Cameron. McEwan just a shade over 93. The pair of them hit 5 180s between them. Cameron with slightly superior finishing, got a dart more at double, and he managed to hit 4, meaning he takes the points and he climbs to the top of the table on 8. Looking to join him is John Michael, who takes on Leeksma in the last match of the day. One more game to go then on the opening day of week 3 of MODUS Super Series 7. And after our Series 5 champion, Jim McEwan, was just beaten by David Cameron, who will top the table overnight even if John Michael wins this match. That's because a 4-0 win will only get him within one leg of David Cameron going into tomorrow's action. And a 4-0 win is very possible because that is the scoreline that Ivo
First
Leeksma
leg,
has
it's
suffered
John to throw first.
in each of his last 2 matches,
Game
crashing to both McEwan and Cameron. He's lost his last 8 legs and will be determined to put an end to that unwanted trend after what was a very promising
60.
start to the day for the Dutchman.
It was very promising, and they say football's the game of 2 halves, don't they? But
100.
I think Ivo's day's been more 2 half than anything. He kicked off 81 average, 95 average, winning the opening 2 games.
26.
He's lost 4-0, 4-0 with a 69 and a 71. Needs to stop that losing trend of legs.
140.
But this is more like the Ivo we saw in those opening couple of games. He's a player playing completely on feel and rhythm.
45.
Which means he's just got to get that release on point. Anything off and we'll see him go high and low like we have seen. Certainly in these last couple of
41.
fixtures. A lot of shoulder there.
Master John Michael, only 1 loss for the
83.
Greek superstar so far, and that came in his first game. Beaten by David Cameron 4-1. 3 wins since then.
81.
McEwan 4-2. Roose 4-0. And then Huntley 4-3. Did survive 3-match darts in that
85. Ivo, you require 139. 59. 83. Ivo, you require 80. 60. John, you require 119.
Oh, this would be a lovely way to nick the leg.
79.
Almost did. Nick the
Ivo, you
wire, but the
require
wrong side of
20.
it. Double 10 to end the run of losing legs.
10.
But he can't end that run.
John,
And
you
he's
require
missed plenty of doubles
40.
in the process as well. It hasn't just been that he's been outscored,
Game
outplayed.
shot on the first leg, John Michael.
John Michael's been very polite today, hasn't he?
Second leg, it's Ivo to throw first. Game on.
I believe it's in the Greek culture, that, because I was once watching a show with Stavros Flatley, who
60.
was talking about sort of the Greek culture.
85. 108.
Well, that might help him get a few more darts at double.
Well, just to give you some
100.
numbers and some context regarding this run of form here from Ivo. He's missed his last 16 darts at a double. He hasn't won a leg for the last couple of matches.
41.
The last time he won a leg and hit a successful double,
David Cameron was Prime Minister.
he beat Michael Huntley
24.
4-2. That game was played match number 6 around about 11 o'clock. It has been about 3 hours since he's had a successful hit at double.
100.
And that is a long, long time, and there's a lot of negativity that can happen in about 3 hours.
Well, can it change with a
100.
nice ton topper?
Ivo, you require 120.
But did he just go for 3 tops? No, I mean, that's for a man who hasn't hit a
44.
double for 3 hours. To go for 3 in the same visit is a little bold, isn't it?
I just went onto our Twitter account at MSS Darts actually to watch that winning moment when Evo last hit a double.
140.
He was actually
Evo,
clean
you
shaven.
require 76.
Right. Is this the end? We won't talk about it anymore
Shot on a second leg. Evo
because
Leeksma.
Leeksma has landed a double, has won a leg, and will not be beaten 4-0 for the
leg, it's
third
John to
straight
throw
match in a
first.
row.
Game on.
As you were, Evo.
58.
Unlucky, could yet match John Michael on points come the end of the day if he wins this game.
100.
It was a shame, really, how the middle part of the day seems to have gone for him because he started it off so well, and maybe it's just a
80.
day bedding in. He is here on debut, we need to remember. Not got a lot of stage experience. He has played on A stage, the
58.
Dutch Open stage, when he reached the semi-final of that, but you know, sometimes you get debutants here like we've seen already this year, the likes of
9.
It's a 9. Well, we've got a 9 for the first time in 2024.
Well, John Michael sees the funny side.
93.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make, people like Ted Everts, for example, who come and join us, who's played in things like the Grand Slam, the World Championships.
60.
Same for people like Bradley Brooks, who's got a lot of stage experience. That's not what we're getting with a debutant here, and you know, it maybe just takes the day or two just to settle in. We saw
58.
last week with players like Darren Armstrong, who then went on to win a Group C campaign after having a few days bedding in during a Group A.
31.
Well, where's it gone? What's happened here to John Michael? Suddenly, his deadliness has deserted him.
60.
Needs to switch. Does switch.
99. Evo, you require 132.
If you just rename John Michael the Roose,
Now, surely he's not going to stay there. Surely not. Yeah, made the right choice. I think that so many players are just tempted, aren't they, once they've got one bullseye to get another, but often, well, nearly always actually
80.
going for the treble would be the better
John, you
option.
require 164. $84. Evo, you require 52.
Well, he's forgotten about missing doubles now. He's forgotten about winning legs. He's now thinking about
32.
winning a match.
John, you require 80.
But he'll have to rely on Michael not taking this out if he's to win this leg. And not for the first time. We've seen players just avoiding the treble.
60.
I mean, is he going for
Evo, you
singles there,
require
or was he going for a
20.
double top? I can't quite work it out.
might just be a safe tops attempt, trying to come inside if he is to miss.
Game shot on the third leg. Evo Leeksma.
That's a breaker throw.
You're doing that. You're pretty much doing yourself out of a possible double,
Fourth
aren't you?
leg. It's Evo to throw first.
I mean, the benefit
Game on.
for John Michael, as we've discussed today, is the way in which his darts lie in the board. Because they land quite flat, he's not someone who's going to block tops by having one just underneath. If
41.
anything, it's a bit of a help. Like that one. Perfect.
85. $41. $85.
John Michael's just simmering away a little bit.
39. $100.
Well, he's certainly moving around with a
60.
lot of pace, isn't he? It's like, I want to stand in this spot. He wants to get there as quick as possible, but that is a perfect dart for John Michael. He'll be expecting to fill this up.
140.
It's the Anderson rule, isn't it? Fire yourself up and start playing.
108.
But that gets Leeksma back in this
Johnny
leg.
require 91.
Well, it does if Michael misses anyway. That made his mind up. What a dart. How good has he been on the bull today? That's a brilliant finish. A brilliant way to close out that leg from John Michael, who's marching around the stage like he owns the place.
It's John to throw first. Game on. $140.
Real air of authority from John Michael.
It's only got him playing better.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he carries on like this and if he looks in the direction of the commentary box, I'm going to be quiet for the rest of the match.
60. $100. $58. $59. $140.
Just sat nodding along. Whenever a dart lands, sort of ideal for a player and they use it well.
58. John, you require 103.
Double 16.
71.
Time on his side. Again, outscoring Evo, who's just starting to drop off
58.
again at the moment. Just starting
John,
to
you
lose
require
that
32.
lie again on the treble 20.
Game shot on a fifth leg. John Michael.
This is really good stuff from Michael. He's got the game by the scruff of the neck and he's totally turned it around.
Sixth leg. It's Evo to throw first.
And the focus he's kept since, he's just got a little angry with himself. And he's just, what's he doing now?
26.
Bizarre first start.
$134.
Michael's certainly taken charge here. No doubt about that.
45. $97.
We'll get Matthew Edgar's reflections on the day after this match. But reflections on this match, Matt, it just looks like one that John Michael decided enough was enough and I'm going to go and win it.
108.
Yeah, I feel like we just sat waiting for the moment that feels inevitable at the moment, which is Jack Garwood, our referee, saying game shot on the match,
60.
John Michael.
John, you require 90.
He might be saying it after 3 darts.
36.
Well, there was no need really to go that way with Leeksma so far back. But also no real harm in going that way either.
58. John, you require 54.
To win it and to make it 4 wins on the spin, John Michael looks at tops.
34.
And we'll come back to look at double 10.
He may have 2 visits.
58.
He's going to get a minimum 2 visits.
John, you require 20.
Just a matter of time.
Double 5. Decision.
No score.
Oh, that's bold as well, isn't it? Choosing the bull as a target to try and bust on.
Especially considering the amount of extra wire in the area
58.
where the bounce
John, you
out risk
require
is increased.
20. Well, there is a little risk now because Leeksma's on a finish. But the game is finished.
John Michael.
Game shot and the match. John Michael is called by Jack Garwood, the referee. That brings an end to Monday's play. 15 fixtures completed. John Michael has won 4 of his 5. The same record as David Cameron, who sits top of the table overnight. Michael, along with him, As for Ivo Leeksma, well, he won his first 2 but has lost his last 3 after going missing in the middle of the day. And we will summarise all of the action in 90 seconds. Count them. Well, that brings an end to the opening day of action on week 3 of MODUS Super Series 7. Let's just recap what we have seen today. There are the 15 results. John Michael getting that win against Ivo Leeksma in the last match, making it 4 from 5 for him. The same record for David Cameron, the only man to beat Michael, but misery for Mike Huntley, who lost all of his matches. Myself and Matthew Edgar will summarise what's happened, and he'll tell us why he thinks it's happened as well. So let's start with the man at the bottom of the table, Michael Huntley. Just a lot of the time played like a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. And when he got the chance to win that match, 3 clear darts against John Michael, just couldn't take it.
I think he's got a little bit to learn, actually, and this is to do with the darts landing. I picked up on commentary that they're landing at different angles. He's not got that release or the weight of the dart right. I'm not convinced the equipment is the right one to suit his throw and where he's gripping that dart. I think he's really struggling to sort of get a consistent base on the landing. I think once he works that out, I think it's going to help him sort of then control it to where he wants it to be. But a disappointing day for him, and it always felt like it was going to be. When the darts are like landing at different angles, you sort of, I don't get confidence watching it. So I don't know how it must be feeling when you're throwing.
And how must Ivo Leeksma be feeling? Because he had a really good start to the day, but it kind of dwindled off in the middle. 8 straight legs lost 2 matches 4-0, and then that last one as well to John Michael 4-2.
If we would have had this chat at the end of game 2, we'd say, oh, what a prospect. You know, this is an interesting player. This is going to be a dangerous player. And now we're having it after seeing what we've seen. We're thinking he could go through the card losing all 5 matches tomorrow. So that is a really awkward situation again, because we don't know what we're going to get. Does he know what he's going to do when he gets up there? Does he know why it went wrong? He is on debut, so we don't really expect consistency on debut. It's something new to him. Yes, he's played on a stage before, but certainly nothing like this, and certainly nothing with sort of like the intensity of the fixture rate. So maybe we'll see that story we saw from players last week, where Group C and B campaigns are better off for the debutants.
And as for the other Dutchman in the group, Bradley Roose, we've seen some really good stuff from him, some really good finishing, some loads of maximums. He was on a 9-darter at one point. We can see why he's reached the final here before.
Yeah, and obviously those 2 World Youth Championships as well. So he's got pedigree, he's got quality. He's not the finished article, he's a developing story. And that's what I love about having players like this here this week, because we're going to get to see that story develop and grow before our eyes.
Yeah, the only player, of course, to beat David Cameron as well in this group so far. It looked like Jim McEwan might do that. I mean, he has kind of been the story of the day because of the narrative that we gave at the beginning of the show. No sleep last night, Jim McEwan, travelling from the Isle of Man. He'll be glad to get this day out of the way. He must be delighted with 6 points.
Oh, 100%. He'd probably been happy with 4. He'd just thought, just get me in there, give me an opportunity, give me a chance. Have me in a position where tomorrow, if I do come here and I feel better after having some sleep, and then it's going to not be out of the running. He's not out of the running. He's actually well and truly in the mix. which he'll be delighted with 6. I can guarantee you that. He won't be disappointed at losing that last game. He had a few chances. He broke the throw, but he'll put that aside. He'll be delighted.
Yeah, 2 players won 4 of their 5 games. But we just saw John Michael there. You kind of summarised it. He just really looked like a man on a mission towards the end of the day.
Mr. Consistency as well, isn't he? With the range of performance. By the range, I mean the lowest performance compared to the best. Some people have a lower 75 and a higher 95 and go, well, there's a 20-point difference there. Which version are we going to get? He was regularly sort of 87 to 91 sort of area throughout the day. And that's where he was sort of not just like having one good leg to save an average. He was sort of regularly at that standard throughout the day, which is why he's done what he has in the game, why he's picked up so many titles, why he lived on the PDC Pro Tour and was able to be a bit of a threat on that event as well. So we saw good things from him. At the moment, you'd have to say, consistency-wise, which is what Group A is about, because it's judged over 15 games in 3 days, maybe the favourite.
Possibly, yeah. David Cameron, though, does sit at the top of the table. What have you made of his day?
I don't think we've learned anything about David Cameron. I think we know everything we need to know about David Cameron. What we're seeing is what we're getting. He's got a very high ceiling. He can do good things. We've seen him win that title on TV, but just sort of goes a bit wayward sometimes in the middle part of games, and didn't get punished today, but could be a little bit vulnerable at times when a Jim McEwan who's rested turns up, when John Michael who's encouraged turns up. So I think there's going to be a 3-way battle for this title.
Yeah, that was a big game as well, wasn't it, when McEwan met Cameron earlier today? That seemed to sort of determine the direction for both players.
Sort of came at the right time, I think, for Cameron as well. I mean, I don't think there's been a good time for Jim McEwan to play darts today. I think if he had the choice, he wouldn't have played today. But he kind of got himself into that problem by having that good run at the Isle of Man. But David Cameron getting the march on Jim McEwan, that could be vital come the back end of the week. And also, I do think there are going to be some leg differences come into play as well. So a big win that Cameron picked up earlier also could come into play later on.
Well, let's look at the table then. Look, it sounds like a stupid question, this, because usually it's the man in P1, but I'm going to ask you, who's happiest?
McEwan. Absolutely, McEwan. When I spoke to him this morning, I don't think he had a belief he could win a leg. He was that tired, and I don't blame him. You know, it's been a draining thing. But playing the final last night, it's quite draining to play a final because there's so much emotion that goes into that game. Had he played the final in Portsmouth, had a full night's sleep, he'd still probably feel tired because of the excitement and the adrenaline and the emotion you go through. But he literally left that, got his suitcase straight on a ferry, then a 5-hour drive. It's like a 9-hour journey to get here to Portsmouth. So he can now go get ready, and I think we see a more consistent Jim McEwan tomorrow. The only concern now, I can the tiredness, because he's got a day to get that right. If he gets that wrong, that's on him rather than his scheduling. What's this issue with the shoulder? That's going to be something to keep an eye on.
And what are you expecting from tomorrow, from him or anybody else in this group?
More of the same. There are going to be opportunities. I don't think there's anyone in this group who's really going to stamp authority on this group. There's going to be opportunities. It's just going to come down to the bottle, the moment, and who takes them.
Yeah, well, expect the unexpected then here at the MODUS Super Series. We will be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. to see how this Group A continues to unfold. But for today, it was John Michael and David Cameron who could hardly be conquered on day 1 of week 3. We'll see you tomorrow.